Hi, everybody. This is Allison from AllyKat Creations. How are you? Please like, share, and subscribe to my channel if you have yet to do so. And if you get anything from my work, connect the dot, an epiphany, a mind explosion, a new book to read, a new author to explore, artwork to create. Please, please, very please support my channel and me. All the links are at the bottom of the description of this video after the live is done, mind you. AllyKatCreations.com, AllyKatCreations211.com, you see my brain's off, is where you can see my artwork, my custom pieces, and all kinds of stuff. If you're interested in any of it, please email me because I'm more than happy to do business with you. It's just private, costs less. And 3D memberships is a really great way to contribute to this channel and keep it floating and moving forward. And for those of you who are channel members, you get one free entry into my raffles. And a lot of people have won some really fantastic things like pyramids and paint and sip paintings and gem skulls. And I also do once a week an oracle reading for that small collective of members. So check it out. Hi, Ash Maya. Hi, Scott. I'm going to have to chicken right away. Chicken! Buck, buck, buck. Okay. You might have seen what's going on right here. So I had no children today. So I look all professional. We had no children today. It's like Teacher Appreciation Week. So after my meeting and my whole day, I'm doing the Hungry Hungry Caterpillar for the last bulletin board of the year. And hey, Sparky. And I had to go to the dollar store before I came home. Dollar store. Dollar store. Look what I found. It's a disco ball. $1. What? Hi, El Sunray. A disco ball. Now, if you could put this in your head and imagine all the negative energy reflecting off this ball, and you are the ball. Woo, baby. I couldn't say no to a dollar ball that big. Couldn't do it. I had to. I had to get watercolors for the kids because we don't have any in the classroom. And for $1, I could do it. Because no one's gonna do it. And I want my kiddos to have one last time project for the board. Sip, sip, hooray. I wish it was a margarita because yesterday was Cinco de Mayo, but today, um, I got to do the math. Math doesn't math in my brain, so hang on. Um, Today though, I'm going to contribute, I'm going to actually pay memory to one of my best friend. Oh God. One of my best friends passed away 4 o'clock in the morning on 5/6/7. He died 4/5/6/7. He had osteosarcoma. He lost his leg. And we didn't know about all the fun things that are here today. It was his time. So Seth in heaven, sixth density, we're honoring you today on 4/5/6/7. Um, he was a really good friend of mine, and it was not fun watching his decline at a young age. Just saying. Hi, Buckshot. Hi, Charlene. Hi, everybody. TMJ is really active today. Very much so. This is very much needed. The craft I'm going to do is probably going to paint some cardinals and some trees and a cute little background. Um, we'll get to there because I have to take the white shirt off. So I hope everybody's having a blessed and beautiful day. Today was wonky for sure. I didn't have children. I had to go to another school. We got some crazy wonky energy. So this is the last 24 and a half-ish hours. It's hard to see, but like right here, the reds, that's a lot of purging energy. So be kind to yourselves. Ground. The astrology is also making us revisit a lot of things. And the retrogrades kind of give us that reflection time. There's a lot on my mind. I got to hang. I didn't put a video yesterday because I did go and see Jason and Dina. I hung out with them, and caught up a little bit from their trip, last night. So I didn't get to do a video. Oh, I wish I took a nap today. Actually, max velocity is on right now. I think Texas is getting slammed with some storms. I don't know where though. I know Louisiana. No, is it Texas or is it Louisiana? New Jersey got a tornado warning, I think. Oh, Texas, Pike, PA, Pennsylvania got stuff going on. So just be careful out there, as Scott mentions the weather. Today's nice, overcasty. It's been raining and I gotta mow my lawn again. The dandelion corpses, like I was waiting for the new ones to spring up. I usually don't take the first crop of dandelion, I take the second, and my whole, oh, it's bad. Um, both my neighbors already mowed, and it's like a thing here. But I want to get straight with something because I'm transparent and I'm not gonna sugarcoat. I don't ever sugarcoat shit. My reality is my reality. How I perceive my reality is how I perceive my reality. I'm not asking anybody to see it, witness it, feel it, absorb it, any of it. Nada. There has been some commentary from people perceiving my situation and reading into it. The problem with reading into my situation is that I have to go through it. When I do such activities as law of assumption and or recapitulate my thoughts or transmute and alchemize my thinking, that's not necessarily being my authentic self. Why? Well, you're lowering your vibes if you complain. Well, here's the problem. When you don't get it out of you, you don't vent, you don't get it out, and you hold it in and harbor it inside, you get sick. When you let it out and you make room for new things, like you got it out of you. It's over there now. It's gone. And if it's something that's repeating in cycles, like my situation now, it's finding where the problem is. You know, a lot of people suggested to me, well, why don't you move? I just did that not even 3 years ago. So the problem is not me up chucking and moving. The problem is, why am I in the same situation again? There's something there I have to tackle. If I get up and moved again, and I came into abundance, that still doesn't solve the job problem or the career problem or making money problem. That's really where the source of the issue is. I can move anywhere and I can go work at retail. Is that really my mission in this world? Absolutely not. Do I have to bite the bullet and literally do that? Maybe. But that's not where home and what my soul wants me to do. And that's not the mission I have at hand. So when other people are projecting what they think my circumstances, oh, you have to take the hard path. I've always taken the hard path. And if you think you're going to solve my problems, I have to solve them for myself. You can give me amazing advice and I could take it or not, but that's up to me to take. It's the same thing with me projecting to you guys my if anybody asks me questions about their circumstances, take what I have to say or not. But I'm not here to dictate to you what to do. As other people are like shivving in some like undertoning language, that's inappropriate and not even solving a problem. You're just creating more of a conflict. Sorry, not sorry. I'm walking my authentic path because it is also helping people, me complaining and talking about my circumstances, is helping others who are going through similar circumstances feel like they're not alone. And those people might not be strong of will and might do something to themselves where I'm here to help them prevent that. We all serve a purpose in many numerous ways, and we touch people in ways we don't even realize that we're doing it. I'm not just speaking to myself, I'm speaking to everybody. You just being there for somebody and just being an ear is amazing. You giving a hug, you giving advice, but you can't attach, well, it has to be the way I told you how to do it because I know best. No, you don't. Everybody perceives things differently and everybody feels things differently. And if my soul contract says that I am here because the problem is not me moving. I can move anywhere. I can get up tomorrow and say, I'm selling my house again. That's only going to alleviate my financial problems for a little bit. I'm going to fall into the same circumstances again in another state. That's just reality. It's not, no matter where I move, my circumstances of wanting to become a teacher is going to be the same. I might find it easier in other places, but do they pay? So we got to take into context when I know people try to message me all the time and you're trying to help, but there's like shivving underneath the tone that maybe readjust your thinking or how you are projecting your words. It's not going to hurt me. It's just going to make me not want to speak to you. Because if you're going to be not understanding that I have to walk this journey and I have to do it my way because it's me doing it. You can give me all the harmful things or negative connotations. Oh, your astrology is going to be hard. I know my astrology is hard. It's been hard my whole life. I'm supposed to be the shadow bringing in the damn light and balancing the shit. I mean, well, thank you, Taylor. Hi, Ivy. Hi, Taylor. Blessings. Hi, Victor. These are fake glasses, by the way. I do need real ones. Um, I honestly am not selling my house. It's my saving grace. I'm not really going anywhere. There's no reason for me to go anywhere at this moment in time. Because my situation is not me having like that was the escape into New York. I'm not 100% sure, Ivy. Hmm. Let me see if I have my chart up somewhere accessible to me. But the thing is, I Spirit dropped me the art teaching job. That was the sign and symbol that I received from Spirit. I ran with it. I'm like putting my energy into it. I changed, because thanks to friends, got me some new clothes so I can show up in that role. I took money I didn't have to purchase a textbook to read, a guide, like a study guide, and study.com, hours and hours of doing practice tests, hours and hours of calling, being on the phone with undergrad services to get my MA, MFA in education, art education. Like on the conversations, all I got was misinformation from these people. Well, our program is like $40,000, but it doesn't really apply to you because in Indiana, X, Y, and Z. So me going out and X, Y, and Zing everything, I was under the assumption of the information I saw with my own two eyes that I would get this job. And I put it forth. I wrote curriculum. I spent hours and hours assuming and putting it out there. This is what I want. This is what I want. This is what I want. Still is what I want. The obstacles are I cannot afford to go back to get my license because it requires school. School requires me to go get a loan. The loan needs a cosigner because I don't have enough in my account financially to pay for the loan, owing it back. So unless a school will sign me into a contract to hire me as a teacher of art and put me on an emergency permit, which they do in most states, then I cannot go back to school. If I get that permit, I can go then show I will have the resources to pay this back and take out financial aid to go back to school. And in the meantime, the same thing to getting an equity loan here, I can pay this back because now I have a secure job. Right now, as of the end of May, I have no job besides this. You know what I'm saying? So there are things that are blocking me from getting outside things. This is not my mind playing tricks on me. This is 3D reality. It's 3D. We're living in 3D. 5D sense is like, oh, you're already out there. You have to just jump onto that timeline. Okay, I'm trying, right? We're still human and things take time to materialize. The wave function collapses slow in 3D to manifest the cause and effect to bring in your manifestation. So I'm sitting here not freaking out. Old self would have freaked out already. And I vented to you guys. I put it out there. I'm done. But I'm still showing up each and every day as if I have the job, as if I'm going to have it. When I speak, I'm bringing it down to 3D so that others understand they're not alone in the struggle. The feelings, the emotional states that go inside your heart space need to come out. You need to meet them. Pushing them out this way and not ever dealing with your crap is not the right way to go about healing. You have to feel it. I don't want to use my health insurance, and I was going to use it for my mouth and my eyes, and then come to find out everything is extraordinarily still expensive. Co-payments, deductibles. I can't afford it. If it wasn't for the people in this chat and on the channel helping me out, I wouldn't be able to eat. My next door neighbor the other day put two bags of food on my porch. Like I'm eating school food. That's my food for the day. It, it is what it is. It's reality. The only thing I really go to the store to get is creamer. And then I get my coffee on sale wherever I can get it. When I don't like the insurance thing. Here's the problem. I had pink eye. I put, I did, but at the time, I thought there was legitimately something lodged in my eye because that's how swollen it was, and it was windy the day before. So no, I wanted to go to the doctor so they can actually look in my eye to make sure there's nothing in there. And come to find out it was pink eye. That was $126. Now, without insurance, New York would have cost me $50 just to go into a clinic because I don't have a doctor around here. I don't have a general practitioner I go to. I don't know anybody. I just got here. Thank you. You know, the I have friends from New York that listen to me that they don't go into the chat, and in numerous messagings saying, Ally, if it wasn't for you and sharing your pain and suffering and going through what you're going through, I wouldn't have the strength to move forward. And I mean, these are and some of the people I'm mentioning like would have done away with themselves. So I know what I serve a purpose, but there is always, I'm a channel. There's always a reason why. There's a method to the madness of me coming out. There's always a method to my madness. There's always a method of why I share what I do, because there's a lot more underneath that is helping other people. Some people only see things surface level and they only see me being complaining and negative Nancy, which it's not the case. I wake up every day with gratitude in my heart. I wake up every day, excited. Well, what outfit am I going to put on today? How am I going to present myself? I go to work, smile at everybody, even though inside I'm dying. I'm not faking that either. Like, I'm happy to be at my job. I love my kids sometimes, but I love what I do. I am passionate about what I do, and I show up 100% for what I do. It's just the finances, and moving is not going to be a solution to my problem, where the problem is working for the abundance. It's obtaining the abundance. It's I can move anywhere, and okay, so whatever left over from the house, I could put in a saving. That money flies out of everybody's hands quickly, whether I own my home or not. It doesn't matter. There's rent every month, there's property tax, everything's inflated. These are things outside of my control, right? Like I signed up for this reality in this now moment, and these are the things that my soul needs to overcome. We can't just wish away our problems and think they're going to go away because we determine we're going to shift to another timeline. I could shift to 1,000 different timelines, and I'm probably doing that in this now second. If my soul needs a certain lesson, it's going to show up no matter what, and no matter what timeline. That's where a lot of disillusionment happens in the spiritual community. I'm coming from the shadow space. I'm coming from that shadow aspect. because you need to be in the darkness in order to understand the light. You need contrast. We're in duality. I choose to go neutral with my duality. I see both sides. I don't pretend that the light is being as decisive and deceitful as this side, as the dark. It's the same shit. It's all source. And even the people that tell me, oh well, you got to move and you got to do this and got to do that. Well, I know how do you know what my soul needs? Only I know what my soul needs, unless you can read my soul and talk to my higher self. My higher self is saying, like, you moving is just an escapism for your problems. Like, your problem is you have all this talent, and of the unfortunate aspect is 3D needs you to get this piece of fucking paper to do a job. Why is that still a thing instead of like having the experience? I do have a degree. I have a bachelor's degree in art, but not the teaching component to it. So why what the experience stuff right now is not being, I need a stupid piece of paper. So in order to play 3D, I have to get the stupid piece of paper. The obstacle is getting around that and finding people who will support me in that venture. Finding a school system that's going to support me in that venture. If that does now require me to move, I have to have a contract signed. I'm not moving anywhere unless I know that I have something secured on paper. I'm going to find the same problem anywhere I go. If this is what God and source and all that is, and whatever you want to label these things are, if that's where they want me to be, I have to figure out a way to do it in 3D. 5D, I'm sure I'm teaching in a college course right now. But we're not there, we're here. So I had to come down to earth and ground my energy because I live up here all the time. I'm bridging and understanding my shadow and understanding my contract. Yeah, it sucks. Right. But I am not alone in the suck. The more it sucks, the more I'm actually healing myself and healing other people, because there is gained wisdom through going through suffering. There's gained experience and gained wisdom on different modes and modalities of how to clear your energy, but also how to make it through in 3D. Absolutely, Sparky. And that's what I was, I don't like to give anybody away, but that was the person that was like writing me some harsh things. And I like constructive criticism is great, but there was some undertones in that message that I'm like, are you, oh, whoa. I had to move out of New York because even to this day, most corporations and most businesses still require you to have this. It's still in their mandates. I would have never been able to go back to my job, still to this day, unless I had that. So please explain to me, I had to move. I waited it out there. I did. October, I was kicked out of my school. I waited to see where things were going politically. I waited to see what the laws were doing and if like rallying and going into the city and marching was going to do anything, and nothing happened. And at some point I said, okay, make my channel. Let's go. Let's get ambitious. Let's do other things. Let's find online jobs. Let's find all this stuff. And then I get all these connections. People will send me, oh, you work for my company. They'll send you all the equipment. Nothing of that sort worked out because it was not meant to be. And at some point I said, Oh, everybody's like, Allison, it's gonna happen, it's gonna happen, it's gonna happen, it's gonna happen. Well, it never happened. And if I would have waited and listened to everybody with the false hopium, I would not be where I am today. I'm not in the best place. Absolutely, Charlene, but they don't want to hear that. They're so still under that brainwashing spell. More of them are like awake because a lot of them got sick, and you're like, well, how did that happen? I got this. I never got it. So, middle finger right there. I wasn't ever the one going to kill you. Absolutely. All of us that have had and I'm not here to measure anybody's pain and suffering because we all have something that in our heart really can hurt, right? But who am I to tell you what hurt you and how to invalidate it? Because oh, somebody has it worse than you. Someone's in a third world country not being able to eat at all. Just be lucky you got what you had. Of course I am. But you're invalidating my feelings. We should never be doing that or comparing ourselves to other people's situations and circumstances. We signed up for it all. Take accountability. Hey, I don't like that my soul chose this path, but there has to be a bigger reason that I am not in awareness of that it's happening. And that's for everybody out there that has a soul contract that we signed up for the hell. We signed up for it. Take accountability. I've taken accountability for it. And I'm like, okay, so how do I go about doing this different? Well, if I get up to go move again or downsize, everyone's like, downsize. I'm like, what are you talking about? That's not solving my problem. The problem is getting from point A to point B with fluidity. It's having the right person walk into my life and say, hey, I have a school that you would be perfect for. You know what? I'm going to help you. I'm going to sign you into a teacher's contract. You have a salary. And here, can you go sign up and go to school for that license? And we'll work together. We'll see if we can get you some grants or some money off. We'll figure this out together. That's what we need in this world. We need people to help each other out where the people need their contracts to be met. And that's the thing, like I never understood that those parents doing that, Charlene. My parents never forced me to eat something that I couldn't physically eat. You know what? It goes into a Tupperware and it goes in the fridge for another day, right? Like a lot of these kids' parents growing up today, I hear the conversations in the meetings and everything I sit in, and oh, I'm afraid for my kid to go to that school, and I'm afraid that my kid's gonna have this, and that thing because oh, the kids are bullies. No, that's learned behavior from their parents, by the way. And then B, I said, well, my parents thought the same thing. I tried out to go to a dance art high school, specialized high school in New York. I lived in Staten Island. Guess what happened? I made the art program. I didn't make the dance program. And at the time, I was heavily into dance and I was devastated. So I didn't want to go. Guess what? I went to the Hood High School. Best experience I could have ever gotten because I was bullied to no ends. But it made me the strong person I am today. Because did I care back then what people were saying about me? It fed me in a good way. You're going to call me a freak? Well, I'm going to show you what a real freak looks like. And I'm going to scare the living pants out of you because you're all thinking you're going to church. You're judging. I'm a test. Seriously, Saturday morning, I got up really early in the morning. I went over to Dina and Jay's to go feed the cats and take care of Louie. On the way back is the food bank that's around the corner and a little bit further up from my block. There's like a lot of construction, so I took a different way, and I've tried getting on that. I got on that line a few times. I caught it early, and there's like a start time, so you can't really enter the lot. They have it gated off until a worker comes out, and then there's a whole like labyrinth you have to drive through in order to get to the front of the building to get your box. There was a 2 hour wait, and I missed the opening was at 8 o'clock. I got there at 8:15 and there was a 2 hour wait. The line was extensive. So when people telling me, oh, it's going to happen, things are going to happen, things are happening, I don't doubt that things aren't happening. But who are they happening for? Who are they happening for? Because you know what? It's not happening for me. We, the people that are working, that are getting up every morning and doing the work. The 3D has to give in somewhere. I'm trying to collapse a wave function for a higher timeline and a higher density. It didn't come down to 3D yet. Like what I want from up here to come down here, it isn't here yet. It's not going to be here for a long time. But for the 3D stuff to collapse, it's not just going to take me. It has to take a lot of us. We all planned to be together on a specific timeline together. That's hard to understand when we are hearing everybody shifting and quantum leaping. We are all doing it together. That's why where we go, because we chose to be here together to get through this together, not individually. Hi, Cab. You know, everybody has something in their lives that they have that's a theme they chose to overcome. Everybody chose something to learn and their soul. Get the ego out of the way because that's what really, I had to take a step back as I was venting and then go, okay, that needed to come out of me. I was done and the words needed to come out because other people needed to hear it. We are going through this together. So in someone else's paradigm, a personal friend of mine, mom's going through dementia and is now snapping. She's having a hard time dealing with the family dynamic. Well, I went through that a few years ago with my own parents, not dementia, but similar things. Right. So I'm walking my experience and trying to help her walk through her experience. It's not the same, but the concept is the same. Family dynamics. It was not easy having to take care of a mother who is moody, who wants everything when she wants it, and then I have to go try to figure out how to live my own life. She's in the same situation. So her hardship was similar to mine, but not the same. There are some people that are living in their cars. There are some people that just don't know where to find the resources. For me, I have to go find a school who will take me on going, wow, she has over 10 years of experience in the classroom. She has all these PD hours, professional development hours. Oh, and she has a degree. And this is her field of study and passion. So I have to go out there and find that help. That's where that's where I need to step up. Not to move. I can go anywhere. What is that going to lead me? Another loop and another cycle. We're getting out of the cycles. We're ending the karma. Most of us we're ending it now. There's a lot of now moments happening to all of us. Change is happening to everybody. It's not just me. All of us are going through something. And if you're not going through something, hold your hats because this is just gonna cycle through. Everybody's gonna go through something. And to take away someone to shiv in, it doesn't bother me because I let everything go over here. Whatever belongs in my heart will stay. I'm an active observer, and only the things that I can use goes in here, and I'm an open ear, so I listen to a lot of different things. What I take, that's discernment. It's getting out of your ego to discern. Because when you want something so bad and you're not taking the bird's eye view because you want it so much, I mean, there's a lot of things going on in the world and we have a lot of changes happening. So AI is going to outphase a lot of people's jobs. But does it? I'm an old school kind of artist. I physically make. I'm not and that's not to take away anybody that does AI creative art. There are people that need to. They can't use their hands. They're not fortunate enough. They have a disability, but they could totally talk into an app and create magic. And that's fantastic, but there needs to be a balance. You know, we all signed up for something. For me, it's to overcome all these insane obstacles. I keep putting them in my path because I'm being tested to persevere, to not give up, to try to go around the obstacles and how to figure out how to go about it. But this time, it's to help everybody else do the same thing I'm doing, and it is actually asking for help. And it doesn't need to be from this chat. It's just out in the world. 5 o'clock this morning, I got up like the son of a bee that I can be. See you next Tuesday. New Yorker girl came out today. We got a Google Doc that we had to fill out about like retention in the school system here. And I unleashed professionally, unleashed. You want me to be here as a paraprofessional. I am diapering. I am taking care of very medically fragile children. I am getting hit, punched, scratched, bit, hit, peed, and pooped on, thrown up on. And I'm only making minimum for a para. You not salarying me, and you're requiring me to be a teacher as well in the room. So why am I not getting paid to be one? Balance is the key. And today I laid it out to these people. I'm like, you took somebody who has almost 10 years of experience, and now I have 10 years of experience in the classroom with paraprofessional training. And you gave me the base rate, the starting rate. I should have been at the top rate. Why did you lowball me? And then there's no communication. I didn't know how much I was making. I didn't know that if it was a salary position. I didn't even know where they were putting me until August. And I heard most school systems work like this, so I didn't know because New York runs a whole different program. You find out everything like that. Other towns, little small towns and communities, they don't run the same way. So mind you, I'm just giving you my personal experience, but I gave it out and aired the laundry and I said, if you want to retain people, you need pathways to stay. I want to stay. I like my school. I love the community. My principal's fantastic. The AP is fantastic. They're amazing people. The teachers don't, there's some I'm not the biggest fan of, but there's a lot of learning and growth that I have done in that school building. I don't care what political stance they take. They're really amazing with the kids. They know how to get them to sit down and do their work. They're respected. I like being in that kind of environment. But then please tell me if you want me to stay, someone has to help. I asked for help and I got nowhere. I got nothing in typing communication. I got verbal, and verbal you could throw out the window. Hi, Janine. But I had to come on here, like, air that out because there are people that are messaging me, and I see it in some of the chats that think they know better when my soul knows better. Moving is not going to be helping solving the bigger problem that my soul needs to tackle. It's asking for the help and getting the right person to help me. The same thing applies to anybody right now. We're not supposed to do individual shit. We're supposed to come together in unity. How do you do that? Through help. It took me a long time, 3 years ago, to ask for help. I was doing a lot of complaining, but not asking for help or finding someone who had resources to help me. I'm the only one that can help myself. I'm the one that has to take the steps to do the help myself. But getting advice and having a shoulder and having an ear absolutely helps. Not everybody wants to talk about their problems, but when they hear it coming from someone else, oh, wow, I feel the same way. Like, holy crap, what? That gives them a permission slip to start their journey to bettering them life. Jobs are coming, but if they're building plans take about 2 to 3 years to get finalized and done. And there's all the construction havoc and um industry is great, but is that going to be taken over by robots? The auto industry, you could build a plant tomorrow, but are the people actually going to be like Detroit going on the line? You remember, I'm not a big fan of Eminem, but 8 Mile is a really good example. Like, people are working twice the shifts and they still can't pay their bills and living in a trailer park. When is those days going to end? That's right, Ashmaya. But that I hope I'm that person out there. And I know that in my past, talking about my circumstances, that it has helped other people open up and actually say, I need help. I had to learn how to put my pride down. I'm a hyper independent person. I am an Aries. I am very hyper independent. I had no choice. I've been that way since I was a little kid. I ended up having to do a lot of things on my own. because I didn't have the help. And when I asked for help, I never got it. So I just learned how to do everything on my own. It's different nowadays, right? I don't have the connections. Everybody here, it's a mafia scenario here. It's who the hell you know. So I'm finding people, I'm like talking to people, I'm getting it out. It might sound like complaining, but if I don't stress my circumstances, if I just say everything is peachy keen and it's rainbow farts and sparkle sharks and everything is fucking brilliant and beautiful and luminous and great, I'd be on my ass. If I wasn't walking my authentic self and I wasn't being true to myself and how I feel, and I just went about my day saying, oh, everything is peachy keen and everything is working out to my best advantage. Yeah, I could program my subconscious to do that. But that's still a program there deep down in there that's still running. So I can take my words and keep saying, I am the best. I'm going to have the best and everything's going to be the best. I'm going to have millions. I'm going to be a millionaire. I'm going to be a millionaire. I'm going to do this and I'm going to do that. Here's reality. Is your contract aligned with that? Your soul contract dictates a lot of things that we still have yet to uncover on our own selves. I say all the time, sure, you want to be a millionaire, but can you keep being the millionaire? I can win the lotto tomorrow. If I don't plan my money properly, I can lose that really quick. A million is nothing these days. We think it is because most of us have never seen it. But hmm, but you see, AI is programmed by a human being. So as much as we want to know it's sentient because a sentient person put the intention in the program and the thought into it. Computers, you can unplug and it stops working. Unless the spirit is literally putting your plug back in or energizing it. We can't allow the fear of AI to control you either. Oh, everybody's going on Canva and look at all this amazing stuff. And it is amazing with the right intentions. You have to put the right intentions into the things that you do. For me, I woke up every day, I read a textbook, I did practice test after practice test after practice test. I did art on this channel as curriculum. I sat there and typed up a curriculum using the standards. I printed it out and made a whole big textbook, like a big binder book for it. And then I kept studying and doing and getting and doing and showing up for myself every day. So when people say I'm complaining and I'm not assuming, oh, I'm totally assuming because it's my dreams. Hi, Bob. What's up, Bob? I actually have your Scooby. He's upstairs. I keep forgetting to bring Scooby-Doo down. Bob sent me a Scooby, but Scooby is upstairs. He'll come down. So I needed to get that out because here's the thing. I can go into a deep trance and I can see what I put all the potentialities in the next 5 years for me. But I still have to collapse a wave function to work in the now moment. Me seeing myself in 5 years in leading a classroom and being the visionary in that works to help the collapse of the wave function. But in the now moment, I'm being tested. Yay, Charlene, I can't wait to see what you're crafting. I mean, look, I did this stupid paint and sip. I don't like this thing. It reminds me of Saved by the Bell in that stupid restaurant that they all went to with the lasers. But what I took away from it is the texture that it creates. So I can go back with the glue gun because I like textural, obviously here. You can see up there. I do textural paintings. I can use that as a roadmap to create something even better using hot glue. That was just an experiment. But if I didn't do that, I wouldn't know. I wouldn't know. I don't like the painting. But guess what? I learned a lot from it. All the jobs I've ever worked, I didn't like all the jobs I ever worked. I worked a lot of stuff in my life. I didn't like it, but guess what? I got a lot of experience from it. And some of this stuff I'm going to say right now almost killed me. You know why? I wasn't meant to be there anymore. And I didn't get the signs and symbols from the universe, not because I wasn't looking for them. I was just running a program in the back of my head. You're not good enough because that's what I was fed my whole life. You're not good enough. You're not worthy. You're not good enough. You're stupid. You're dyslexic. You have learning disabilities. You're never ever ever. You're never ever ever. You're never ever ever. That's a program that's in the subconscious back here, all the way in the tucked in inside the brain that continuously loops. So if I were to sell this house here in Indiana and move somewhere else, is that really solving my problem? No, because I still need to go get a license no matter what state I live in. I still need a license. That still costs money. That still requires me to go back to school. That still requires me to get somebody to have faith in me that I can get the shit done while they pay me to do it. If it's Saved by the Bell, yeah. I so I don't know if you heard, Janine. This morning at 5 o'clock in the morning, woke up and there was in my work email a survey. And I basically aired out what happened to me. Like, I'm really sorry. I would love to say I love my school. I got staff of the month. Like, I have worth if they give me that. Like, not too many people, I'm not considered a teacher, I'm considered staff. Not many staff members got recognized. So if I got recognized, that means I'm worth something. If you want to keep me and my expertise, work with me. Have faith in me. Give me something. I don't mind going and getting a loan out. I know I have to pay it back. But the bank, I called my accountant. He's like, there's no way. You need a co-signer. I don't have one. And I would never ask anybody to co-sign a loan for me. That's ridiculous. That's risk. I'm not willing to take with anybody. If I have a job that signs off and says I make this salary, that I won't need a co-signer. I can take the loan out. And then I could go into the bank and get an equity loan out knowing that I can pay that shit back. Because now I have a solid salary job. And then all the extra income that I get from whatever I sell and whatever I do, that's extra to put in savings. It, I don't have a bell, but I can clear energy. And I don't know if you heard that, but if you did, kudos. But here's the awesome thing. Because um after my meeting today, I had to go to the dollar store. I want to do the Hungry Hungry Caterpillar end of the year, the other grades get to have butterflies. My room, there's no reason to have butterflies because the kids will probably smush them or destroy it. I could not pass this thing up because all the negativity, we be the disco ball and we reflect it back out to where it belongs. I have to hang this somewhere. Reflect all the negative energy, be the disco ball. I'm buffering. I am buffering. Hang on. Um, I want to see if I am actually in the dollar store. Frank Sinatra was playing. It was one of those songs I haven't heard for in a while. Um, Poopy. Thank you, guys. Thank you. I actually got to see that there was a buffering. I just took my phone off my Wi-Fi. You know why I got? Because I took the disco ball off the screen. Hi, demons. Fire. I cleanse this space and all the negative energy needs to leave right now. Get out of my space if you're in the negative energy. Adios, arriba. Happy Cinco de Mayo to everybody. I did not have a margarita. I did not have a taco. I was a little disappointed. I wanted tacos yesterday. Tacos. And I'm glad I'm doing this now because if it happens when I'm painting, I won't see it. But I'm doing the state of Indiana. And I'm gonna put some trees and some cardinals in there. Mexican American America. Yeah, I had fun with Dina last night. So sorry if no one like where's the book reading? Yeah, no, that wasn't gonna even happen. Um they got me a pen and a golf tee. Really excited. With the TMJ, it's really bad. I need soft shell and my teeth. I need soft everything. Today was Teacher Appreciation Week. So the principal and everything here is like sponsors and people that donate stuff. Like a kebab place. I don't even know what it's called. They had skewers of like chicken and beef and fruit and cookies and stuff of that nature. So I had like 3 pieces of meat and it was the hardest thing in the world to chew. But oh really? I gotta tell you what this is from. Stress. This is stress. Um, so when I was younger, I say this a little, I have repeated this, but it's merging differently now. I had my friend stop me to correct me and like, hey, Allison, do you know how you sounded just now? It was not okay. Go apologize because I was living more out of my subconscious when I was in my 20, like teens and 20s. And I didn't realize what I was putting out and projecting to people. And when someone did it, like mirrored it back to me, I'm like, because my friends knew that's not who I am, but sometimes it would slip out. So the other day, you know, this is how you master yourself. When you're in the moment and you catch your subconscious shit coming through, you can actually control, you'll have more of a cognizance to what you're doing. So the other day, I had to hold back my tongue, like words, and I gritted my teeth. Like I clench my jaw to like not to hold myself back from saying something I would regret. And I heard the pop. And as that happened, I'm like, do I do this all the time? I don't even notice it. So I don't know if I'm doing it in my sleep. My teeth are not my real teeth. I don't have back teeth. So like I don't grind my teeth, but I'm clenching and I like it as soon as I heard that pop, it like snapped me out of it. I'm like, oh, I know that looks crazy, but I'm sitting there like, wait a second, am I like holding everything here because I'm holding back my voice? That's why I came on today before I did the craft to kind of just say like, hey guys, it's like this is the lot I chose. If everybody could, come in and help, and not just me, like everybody that's going through a rough spot, vent. Holding that stress in, this is stress. It's not doing me a damn good. I already have enough problems in my mouth and I can't get them fixed. This is the last thing I need. But in the moment, I didn't know I was even clenching my jaws. I don't feel it until it popped and oh shit. Okay, so what is another way for me to hold back without clenching my jaw? This morning, like right now it's 72 degrees. It was, I'm wearing a skirt. We had to wear jean jackets, and then I was asked to wear a preschool shirt, but I'm not, no. So I said to the woman, I'm like, I have something to do after work. Like, I'm sorry, I would have worn the shirt, but like I'm not here to take the picture anyway. It's not a big deal. So they were like, oh no, it's okay, Miss K. It's all right. Don't worry about it. Okay. Yeah, no. But I wear sandals. My feet were freezing. Go outside. It's like, oh, hi. It's a long one. It's pretty. It's long. It goes up to my ankles. It's professional. But I wear yoga pants underneath anyway. Like, I don't know how teachers do it where they wear dresses and they don't put like biker shorts or something underneath. I wouldn't be able to do it. That's insane. It was cold here all week, like 30s and 40s. My heat kicked on. I didn't shut my furnace off yet. Well, let me tell you what. I rather clench my jaw than pucker up. That is for sure. I'm just deciding, do I want to do a background first and then put the birdies? Do I want to do like a half and half? Because I want the birds here, here, like red and blue. Because my parents come in the form of red and blue. But it's a state bird, the northern cardinal. I know some states share their shit. I don't know. I just thought I like Cardinals. That's how my parents show up. And I had, before I moved out of New York, I had Cardinals all in my backyard. I'm like, hi, Dad. Hi, Mom. Even here, I saw a blue Cardinal and a red one 2 days ago. And now I have to mow again tomorrow. These are beaky colors. But I got to do a sky. And I was going to do, and I only put white down like that. I didn't know what I was doing. Let's see if I can do this by myself without issue. Because this is white, and in artists' world, white is a no-go for anything. And I wore the long sleeves because my room we have air conditioning and heating in the room, and sometimes it gets super cold. And especially when I don't have kids. There's an election here today. I don't even know about an election. Who is getting elected? I don't know. How messed up is that politics? It's election day in Indiana for what? I don't know. Let's find out before I paint. There was an election here today. I don't know. Oh, the BMV. That's the DMV for most people. Um, yeah, no, yeah, no. We don't know. No idea who won. What was on the table? No idea. Zero. I don't think I opened up this blue yet. That's all right. I got a trusty bag. See, I got skirt on. It doesn't matter, Bob. I'm going to do a bluebird and a redbird. How's that? But I'm going to put them in the background first. I'm Bob Ross. Happy little accidents. I honestly didn't know what I was going to do for a craft today because I have so much. I also recommend if you're going to paint, use a palette knife. Now I'm going to show you guys why I put a white background. You're going to see really quickly. I always do me, boo. I'm very authentic. I walk my path. And constructive criticism is always a good thing. But when there's shivs and agendas in there, I tend to lose interest. I'm glad that people want to try to help me, but a lot of people recommended moving. That is not going to solve my problems. My problems come into how do I get around the obstacles and obtaining what I want and be happy with it. That's all. I'm not asking anybody for, 20 grand because who the fuck has 20 grand? No one. And if you do, great. That's your life savings. If someone wants to give me a contract so I can get a job and get trained and go to school and get my license, I'm all for doing the work. That's not the problem. I am here to do the work, as always. The problem comes into how to get there. Can't put a pew pew to someone's head to say, give me a job. Even like the part-time stuff. Sorry, you seem like a great candidate, but the hours you need are not available. Like that's all I get. Most of these part-time places like Michael's and Hobby Lobby, they need daytime workers. I have a full-time job. I can't. And even over the summer, like obviously they know I'm gonna eventually go back to work. They want to invest in someone that's going to show up. I show up, but that's the thing. And I want to do what I love. I mean, why do a job and not love what you do? And what I do with those kids is something that I love to do. That's for sure. It takes a very special person to work with special needs children and medically fragile children. You have to have a lot of compassion and a lot of patience. You can still see the white and you can see through the blood. Blah, blah, blah. I'm trying to blend in a little bit, but I'm going to have to put two coats on. So we're going to let this sit and dry. Hi. Cheers. So I'm doing the hungry caterpillar, and each kid's going to get a circle. And with the watercolors I bought today, because hello, look what I found. So excited. They're going to make the little part of the caterpillar, and then I'm going to attach pipe cleaners for legs, and then half a plate. And I might have to make it for myself. Eyeballs, and then antennae, and it's gonna go all the way up my bulletin board. And we made smaller ones to fill in. Hi, Gregory. How is everybody? Um, I know that Jason and Jason is on, and there's like a lot of news going on. I got all the scoops yesterday. So if you need to go or double stream, that's cool with me. I don't judge. There's a lot of changes happening for We Not Me. That's awesome, Scott. Aren't magpies close to crow and raven family? Um, so far in my backyard, because my pool, I have to get a sub pump and put it in my pool to get the pool. It's like what rainwater and snow and everything out of the pool needs to go. Um, I have a hawk. I don't know what type of hawk. It's hard to see because it like swoops into the pool and then swoops out. But it's huge. I don't know if that's why Little Thor hasn't come. Like he's coming at different times, but not when I'm leaving in the morning to get a video. Um, the red and blue jays for Bob and cardinal reds for me. I haven't seen golden finches, but I did see a golden bird the other day. That spirit. I don't know what kind. There was I don't know if it was a crow or a raven hanging in a tree, and that was one of the covers I put on for one of the shows. That was really far off across the street from me, but it was sounded like a crow. Um, at least when I get spam calls, it tells you it's a telemarketer all day, all day. Um, I have my woodpeckers, but they're not just yet. Oh, now Indiana's joining in. Oh, Ohio. Ohio. Some of this paint's thin. I think when I put the trees in, I'll cover up what's going on. Yeah, but I'm getting more I'm waiting for the hummingbirds. I have to make the nectar for them. Um, and put my feeders back out because we had some really wicked weather. And like, seriously, my backyard is still like, I don't know what to do with it anymore because my gazebo, it was one of those junky metal ones that you put up with the canopy thing. That broke. My greenhouse broke. Um, I have to revamp my backyard, but in the meantime, if I put the feeders out, if my feeders were out, they would have been blown away and broken. Only one bird feeder kind of survived the weather. The weather's been crazy here. So I've been very hesitant in putting out my bird stuff because I don't want it blowing away and breaking. That goes for the hummingbird stuff. Um, my elderberry bush is blossoming and my raspberry bush is coming up nice. So I'm really glad that that stuff came back. The other stuff I have to now like figure out what I want to do because I'm not sure. I know thanks to Mr. Pace, I got some new things to try out in the soil. I have to do a lot of my and it's still cold here, so I don't in the morning it's like in the 30s. So I don't want to necessarily put anything out just yet. soil wise. And I don't have money to like pot inside. Yeah. I mean, I have a lot there. I haven't really seen like the birds come in and out all day. Like when I didn't work and I was in the backyard meditating, like everything was co-creatively working ecosystem wise. Um, so I'm really excited to do some planting. I just don't know in like what it like today is 72, but like then it drops down. And that happened last year and nothing really grew last year. My elderberry plant didn't buried very little, and it wasn't worth anything. Um, Tomatoes, I only got like 4 to 5 really good tomatoes. Everything else did not turn out at all good. The lettuce I planted never even came up. I had one romaine bush come back up, and that gave me something. Rosemary and sage really flourished. Amazing stuff. My melons did not come up, and I planted those early. So it's like figuring out like what's good time to start planting where it's actually going to, and I have to clear a lot of weeds. So we'll hopefully see within the next week or two what I do. I don't know yet. It's peanut and tushy. That's my new word of the day, tushy. The owls usually come out. I have bats, not here, but I have like there's a golf course up the block from me. And there's like some wooded areas that there are bats. I love bats. Eat all the mosquitoes. Please eat all the mosquitoes. So bats are my friends. I love, 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 love bats. Um, I have a bird house that I just started seeing birds making a nest in there. I'm really excited. I want to put more around my property. Um, I just have to find a safer spot. Like the tree that it's on is fine. But like ugh, tree limbs everywhere. I have hawks here, but I don't know what kind. Like they're always up there. I've seen a couple of vultures, not in this area, but a little further south of me. Um, I love birds. I love animals. Love me some animals. So this is still drying. As I'm putting it up there, I'm like, oh, I need to blend that better. Blend. There we go. Put that in there. I might have red tail hawks. I got a good picture, not really a good picture. I lie. Um, a decent picture last year of one that landed on the pool cover. I took the pool cover off. It was just really loud on during storms. And then I found out that it was just one layer of a million layers that whoever owned the pool left me a mess. a pricey one too if I don't take it down myself. So that might be if I don't find a job right away, that's probably one of the projects. And to put my shed up, and I don't care if anybody helps or not. I just don't know yet. Like I said, I'm showing up every day. I'm putting good frequency out. Life is still stressful, but that's what I signed up to do, is to alchemize from the shadow to the light. I'm supposed to bring it into the balance, shadow and light. Midway. As I really do resonate with this. When you're just light and you're that illuminated and you are blinding people of information, they're not going to even see you. They're not going to hear you because you're blinding them. If you're out in the middle of the ocean and you're waiting to see the lighthouse, do you want a light that you could see or a light that blinds you that you like? It's like night driving with people with those brilliant, bright LED lights. You're like, wow, I can't see anything. Shit. You need people to reflect that what you can tolerate. If I were to go into my light being right now, I'd be blinding everybody. All of you going into your light body would be blinding everybody. Because not everybody is where we are at. You have to come into balance. And right now, like coming into the awareness that I clench my jaw when I get frustrated. And obviously, I can't go off on a child. This is where I need to alchemize. You know, the kids are biting and really hurting me. I can't do anything back besides restrain them, and not in a way that would hurt them. Just, hey, give yourself a hug. Like, hey, I'm going to redirect you because you're harming another kid. Hey, like, here, you need a hug. Here, let me need you. You know, they hurt. And I can't do anything about it. And I noticed that doing that, I clench my jaw, holds me back. Well, I got to find another mechanism because obviously this hurts and I can't eat. It was hard to eat that little kebab today. And I already have enough problems in my mouth. I have to catch up on that. I'm excited. I'm excited. So Schumann, Shoe Man. Yesterday, Cinco de Mayo, a couple of taco margaritas. I did not. I made a joke in passing today. I was like, I wish I could have this filled up with margarita. And no, I'm not. I'm honestly, I used to be a really heavy drinker. I'm not anymore. If I have a glass of wine every 6 to 7 months, I'm lucky. I like my bitchy drinks. I like Malibu Bay Breezes, and I like Midori sours. But we had see that black little line? I know it looks blue. It's dark. That was a timeline shift. So what we think is going to happen isn't going to happen anymore. Now, all of this energy that happened between last night and now, um, it's a lot of purge. This is a lot. Like this right here at the end, this right here, that is a shit ton of purge. Yes, my feet are up. Um, No, I just swallowed what I couldn't chew. I can't. My mouth doesn't work like that. I have no back teeth. So I only chew in the front. Um, all this purge. I don't know if I saved it. Hang on. So the Pluto that I was talking about on Janine's show, by the way, go check her out and subscribe. Sharing is caring, and Amish mindset is amazing. Turn the page with Janine on Rumble and YouTube. Pluto in Aquarius. It started on the 4th and it goes through October 13th. So it's a longer retrograde, but this isn't going to hang out for years. And it says dues, and I align with this. Transform. So look, I caught myself with the jaw, and now I'm going to figure out like what is another method for me to like get it out without hurting myself. Commit to self-improvement. So, example, today I was told I had to wear a shirt that I don't like and wear black pants. Well, no, you're not telling me how to dress to work when it's just a meeting that is 2 hours long. No, I'm coming in today with what I want to wear. And I wore a nice long skirt, a nice top, and a white shirt to go over it. Looking professional with my glasses. I can't go blending food that I got at work. It was a work thing. And I trust me, I had 7 teeth pulled at once. And I had dry socket from another. I had a lot of surgery on my mouth. Um, I know the potato diet, the mac and cheese, pasta, smoothies, without the seeds. I know how to get the blender. It's just annoying. Pay attention to your dreams. So actually, I woke up from yesterday's dream state, like weirded out. What the hell did I dream about? Because nothing made sense. And it was like 3D nonsense. So I don't know if it was my subconscious purging. I don't know who was in my dream. There was a bunch of people in my dream. I was in an apartment buildings. It was weird. Very weird. Break free from societal expectations. Don't. Don't isolate yourself. Don't ignore your feelings. Like I've been saying, you got to get it out. Try to control everything. Don't try to control everything. Because, like I said, me moving isn't going to fix and solve my problems. My problems is like getting the right amount of help to get the dream that I want, my soul mission to work. Right. So I have to now navigate around that. Moving is not going to solve it. Might solve it temporarily in the moment that I can get extra money and okay, great. But if I don't have a job to put it back and supplement it back, I'm going to be in the same place I was 3 years ago and then now. So I can move and have a temporary fix, or I could solve my problem. But I can't control other people and what they want to, or if they want to help me or not. There's no controlling in that until I find the right person that gives me the help. Right. So don't be shy about asking for help, but it's what kind of help do you need? I had to put the pride down 3 years ago and say, I'm freaking hungry. And a lot of you who know me from those chats were like, who's this bitch? She's probably a grifter asking for money. And it was, I'm hungry. Anybody have $25 you can Amazon grocery me? I wasn't even asking for the money. I was asking for food. I was 97 pounds. There was no lying about me not eating because I have the proof. I was emaciated. Oh, it's horrible. Like, and I noticed the other day in the mirror, I was getting a little upset because when I moved and was able to eat, I put a nice amount of weight back on and a little too much for my comfortability. And once things got hard again, I kind of like started to lose weight. I'm trying to maintain where I'm at, and I'm looking at my face and it's sinking in again. And I'm like, oh God, no. But I'm not as hungry anymore. Like, obviously, there's a lot of hormonal changes I'm going through. Like, I'm in the transition of the feminine. I'm having that. I never had kids, so my hormones and everything else is just like, yeah, all right, you're kind of getting a wrap up. I don't know how long that wrap up is going to be, 10 years, 15 years, I don't know, but it's starting. So things are all dysregulated. Yeah, Charlene, that was me yesterday. Like Freya sometimes wakes me up because she's like meowing at me and she wants me to feed her at like 4 o'clock in the morning. I'm like, honey, you got an hour and 15 before I feed you. And like the other day, I was doing the day before, I was doing something down here and she snuck down here, was just hanging out, like, hold my face. But she sometimes wakes me up and I'm in the middle of my dream. And even that, I was like, what was that? This is weird. I also have many dreams. Okay, so this is the last don't. Don't try to control everything because you can't control your outside circumstances. You can manipulate it to an extent. Clinging to old ways of thinking and being. So we are transitioning as a society, as a culture, as a race, as a whatever you want to label yourself in. We're all changing. For me, the changes are happening again in career and relationships. And I found this very interesting. The shift in consciousness, 3D, the realm of systems designed to drain us of energy and joy. That's just a perception. But it's because we play in materiality that it is why it's a perception. Right? The people that were with Dina and Jason that like can afford the suite at Trump Durrell, those people are living the high life. They're not worried. They're happy and nothing's draining them. They're just like, yay. Right? That's not an experience that we all signed up to have. 4D, the realm of transcendence, seeing ourselves in the hive clearly. This is where we're at right now. This is where we're at. We see ourselves amongst the hive mind, the people that think alike, the people that act as if. We're the ones breaking the system. And we got to do it differently from all the other epochs that we have experienced that fell. We're doing it differently now. The problem with the difference in the now is there's a humongous gap in the in-between to when it manifests. So all of us that are putting out and alchemizing and integrating shadow and balancing the light, if you go into neutrality, you see the bigger picture, but still needs to function in 3D. This is the confusion that I was having a few weeks ago. Okay, how do I bridge 5 to 3? We still have to live in 3, but my consciousness is up here. How do I bring it into a balance? Oh, your shadow aspect has to come with you. You can't just scrap your 3D element of shadow. It needs to come with you, and you need to balance it. The two wolf analogy. The wolf you feed is the results you get. Well, no, you got to keep the other wolf pacified. You have to feed both wolves. Can't just feed one, because that's neglecting another part of you that you're not accepting. When you walk your authentic path and walking your true self, your real self, there's no apologies for your feelings, because you really mean it and feel it from here. It's just how you go about wording things and how you mature your words. It's how you perceive your paradigm. Other people can see my circumstances and go, well, here it's easy for me to figure this problem out for you. You can tell me, but I have to be the one that walks the path. And the person that wrote me that message was like, are you ready to experience the hard? It's a hard path. Well, that's what I chose. I didn't choose butterflies and rainbows. I chose the dark, because I'm here to transmute the shit. But if I don't experience it, how can I transmute something I don't know? Almost dry. Blue paint on the hands. It's not dry yet. So chicken. Sorry. Chicken. Chicken? Chicken. Bok bok. There we go. I have monkey butt. He's a little far out of there. Hi, Henry. Yeah, it could be that. So 5D is the realm of sovereignty, joy, and reconnection with the flame. Glossary. Hive, the collective consciousness of the parasitic system. Flame, divine spark within us. Hi, Buckshot. I did ring. Ring a ding ding. Ring a ding ding. So yeah, hive meaning collective consciousness, but in the parasitic sense, and flame is a divine spark within you. So which one? The collective consciousness does there is an encodement that is parasitic. We're the ones breaking it out, but we need to be the ones to be the example of the flame. We have to live in and exist in the parasitic sense. Now, how do you become the cell that gets rid of the parasite? Like, we would be the intervention medication to get rid of the parasites. We're the ones to do it. How do you do it? You have to bring in the flame to purify it. How do you purify it? Going within and standing in your authority and your authenticity. How do you become authentic? Stop letting the world dictate to you who you should be. I'm not fake about anything I do. I show up every day for myself to better myself. I don't change unless I want change. That means exteriorly in my wardrobe. I mean, if I really could, I would do dyeing my hair a different color. As much as I love my gray, um, I'm very young to have gray. Is that why I don't get hired from places, especially if I'm doing Zoom interviews? Is that why? Because people perceive me? That's the parasitic brain. That's the parasitic consciousness. Are people perceiving me and going, oh, shit, she's outside of the norm? Can't have her. She ain't looking like everybody else. Oh, I forgot to look on the Schumann the other day. Schumann was at an 8.08 hertz. What does that mean? A lot of us are having headaches. A lot of us are having, for me, this is also ascension symptoms. Like this this morning's email that I had to write, because I had to write it. I had to get vent in a professional manner. I didn't say anything negative. I just said, well, in order to keep and retain people, you should salary paras. If you're expecting them to be just like a teacher in the classroom, uh, teachers like, yeah, I can't wait for break. And me, I'm like, I don't get paid. I don't want break. Change the system. If you want people to stay, like have pathways for people to grow in your corporation, not just sit and make the same shit every day. Be better supports. So we're still at an 8.08 frequency. That's Earth Gaia's frequency. So we are raising up and it's affecting us. All those codes coming in are affecting us. And each and every one of you is being affected differently. It's for what your body, your alchemical system needs. Most of my etherical DNA has already been activated and unfolding. Many of you are in the same stance. You're etherical, not the DNA inside you. It's already opened. And slowly your DNA is adapting to it. Your 3D body is adapting to the bigger changes. Some of us it's headaches, some of us it's mouth, some of us it's back, some of us it's just body. It's all going to be different for every one of you. Some people are on the toilet all day. Some people it's the flu-y like symptoms, allergies. And yes, it is allergy season. But it's also a part of your upgrading. There's no mistaking that. We're all going through a change. Whether you see it now or you don't, you're going to go through a change of some sort, and it's going to be life altering. And this is where there's the resistance in society is now going to show up, because the astrology is saying there is a lot of transformation with this retrograde. So we are seeing a lot more uptickings of news that we already know the information about 7 to 8 years ago. We already heard about these lists. We already heard about some of these corrupt judges. We already heard a lot of the politics. We already heard all this information. We saw it in memes. We were the ones seeing it, but was everybody else seeing it? Now we already know what's coming. It's been happening, but where's the relief for the people? That's my question. I tried looking. We had when I got home from JQ's and Dina's last night, I was looking up in the sky to see if I saw anything. Besides some UFOs, and I'm always screaming at them to take me and like, come here, hi, I want to see you. Let's shake hands. Hi, family. What's up? Um, I I don't know. But it's supposed to look like Sodom and Gomorrah somewhere. I don't know where. They said Haley's Comet's coming and it's gonna have fire. Fire! Beavis and Butthead. But where is the fire? I want to see this shit. I want Sodom and Gomorrah so bad. But not to wipe things out. Is that dry enough? Dry enough. So I'm going to take some white and make some outlines of birdies. And I'm only doing it in white so that when I paint over it with color, you're not seeing blue bleed through. Look, it's like a mini peep. Always wear a smock. I always put them on for paint and sips, not really for crafts. But let's face it. Hi, Barbara. How are you? Do I want my birdie a little bit bigger? And this is going to be a branch. There's going to be another branch. Love birdies. So, backing from Janine's show, the reading that she did on me with the cards. Interestingly enough, like today, I texted Viking. I said, "Are you going to be home? I'm going to be free between 12 and 12:45. Um, you're on the way to my meeting." But he's like, "I'm going out." Okay, have fun. So I'm just giving myself an outline here of the birds. Tail feathers. Mohawks. Okay. What is up, guys? And like I said, guys, I know Jason and Dina are on, and I was there last night, so I know some information. I don't know if they're dropping it today, but there's a lot of information. So I won't feel bad if you leave. Um, I have an itchy nose. Someone's thinking about me. Do I want my trees dark or light? Dark. Poopy brown. Let's do some poopies. Poopy brown. I just put poopy brown on the canvas, paper. What do we use? That might work. Oh my gosh. Okay, so I like bats. Do I want them hanging out in my backyard? If it's in a hot, cool. I actually don't mind bats, but they can get a little noisy. And I do have to sleep. It's too dark. Gray, brown, gray, brown, gray, gray, brown. Lighten it up. Light brown. We'll see how this turns out. Yeah, it's good enough. I'll show you guys in a second what I'm doing. How to make sure the brown is the right shade that I want. That's amazing, Barbara. I'm hoping things start turning for me that I can actually find some time maybe on the weekend. See, the thing is, like, there's been a lot of crime and like serious stuff happening. So I'm very like hesitant on going to parks early in the morning. I rather it during the day. Um, just because of what I'm seeing out there in the news. And no, I'm not listening to normal stuff, I'm not. I'm putting tree leaves in, so I should be all right. But this is where the light color comes in. Blending in, blending in. Trees are tricky, just an FYI. I know it's hard to see, it's not in the light. There we go. Kind of still hard. Oh, that's amazing. I got to see a few bald eagles in New York. Um, there is a sanctuary island off the Verrazano Bridge that you can't go on. It's a bird sanctuary. Uh, in love. There were bald eagles all over Staten Island. Need some contrast. Need some dark. Back to the dark. Dark and light. Contrast in life. We need it. Project. I have to find the pictures. I post them when they come up in my memories on Facebook, but I did a eagle, a bald eagle, holding the American flag over the Twin Towers. It was really cool. I should paint the side, shouldn't I? Yep. Allison doesn't paint her sides. What goes on here? That's not Allison painting if she doesn't paint the sides of her shit. Blasphemy in the art world. Blasphemy. Ooh, tree has dimensionality. I did have a fun craft, but I don't have all the materials just yet. Oh, so everybody out there who has a mommy's days coming up, I don't do gift card. I wish I could print out some gift cards, but anybody looking for something unique and different for Mother's Day, hit me up. I make hearts. And my thanks to Bob, I am almost halfway. I have to do it after this live. I have to pour more epoxy. Um, the pew pew brass that I got in the mail, they're being put to good use. I experimented with with the skull. I didn't want to do two skulls until I could see what needs to be worked out. And then Hoopy space. Once again, I went to a different store. I went to a different store for $1 because Allison's on a very, 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 very tight budget. So what I'm gonna do is either chop this up or take the flag off because it seems to just be painted like glued on. And then I'm gonna like wrinkle it in the epoxy so it looks like it's waving and put pew pews around, pew pew shells. I mean, if they made the civil time war flag like this, I would be using that. But yeah, I used one of your buttons, Bob. It looks really cool. So if anybody has, like, Bob sent me some really cool stuff, I'm gonna use to make some stuff, but let me I don't have the updated photo of it, but I will show. So I did that, but I added a button like here, and I might add another bullet to give it some, because you layer the epoxy. So I did that, and unfortunately it's not out of the mold at all. And I added some other stuff, but that's inside the skull. And when you flip it, you'll see I did a round, and then I put like ribbon, like straw ribbons in there, but I don't know how it's gonna come out. So that was a test drive, but this is the bottom of it. So when you flip it around, that's what you're gonna see. Yeah, Bob is awesome. Bob sent me some really cool stuff. Girlfriend, you want, I'll make you one. Um, Patriots are everywhere, and you know, I'm more than happy to make all kinds of fun stuff. Um, Fourth of July is incoming, and I'm just thinking about, again, once again, doing some different things that will sell, but stuff I like, if we know what I mean. Thank you. I mean, what I added to it is really cool. And, a lot of people were like, why don't you just make the whole thing and then put, no, because you get a lot of air bubbles. If you do it in layers, you get less air bubbles. And with the weather and the house temperature, it has to be in the 70-degree range for things to cure perfectly. And with the rain, it also creates humidity in the house. It affects the epoxy. So you got to be, it's very temperamental what I use. And you have to work around the elements. So that's why a lot of things haven't gotten finished yet, because I have to work when it's nice and sunny outside and 70 degrees. But I really am excited to see how those actually, when I demold it, how it comes out. And if they come out really cool, I'm making a whole slew of stuff. But the flag, I need more of these. Difference, preferably close to this size or smaller, only because the skulls, because of their shape, the smaller the better. But I got 2 bags of these. They're $1 for 4, I think. Wait, yeah, 4 of them in a bag. If I find, and they only had 2 of those were the last 2 left. If I can go find more or they get restocked, I'm out, because Patriot stuff is always in use. I'm just putting more layered color to the tree. I'm gonna paint some leaves, so don't you worry. Just gotta wait for things to dry. Painting's a process. I'm not a layer on wet person, unless it's oil. And I'm blending. Goodness sakes. Oh, Arnie got some light coats coming in. Woo! Love it. I don't know why, like, light language, not my thing. Um, And when I do the like sigils, I don't call it light language. It's more runic. That's just where my soul's at. Everybody's different. Everybody's different. Okay, what's today's energy? Today's energy brings a call to pause. I've been getting this a lot in my tarot messages. You may feel tempted to fix, react, or explain, but your higher self is asking you to just be. The energy swirling around you may feel chaotic or fast, but you're paralyzed in your ability to be calm in the storm. Archangel Zadkiel offers the violet flame of transformation today, helping to transmute anxiety into clarity and hurry into holy presence. You don't have to keep proving yourself. You don't have to fix everything. You're allowed to pause, breathe, and simply be. That's where your magic regenerates. I agree. Though I had to address what someone wrote to me, and it's not just one, it's a few people. They're like, oh, you got to do this and you got to do that, and you're taking the hard way, but that's the way my soul needs to take. Who are you to judge? Why are you judging? I'm one person. I don't have a team of people. I can get back to everybody, and it's not because I'm ignoring people. Life happens. Life happens. I'm working almost every day for hours. So I'm at my job for almost 8 hours. And then I come home and I have a little breath to eat. And then I'm doing a video, or I'm studying, or I am reading the textbook I bought. And then answering emails and then trying to figure life out. I don't have 8 hours to spend on the phone with somebody, and I love you all. And I'm not even addressing anybody in the chat right now. But I'm just putting that one out there. I'm one person and I'm human. I have things going on in my life that if I don't focus on self right now, and I'm not trying to sit in doom and gloom, but I am realistic. Third dimension, I'm realistic. My soul needs to experience a couple of things. And yeah, I am complaining. I don't like it. But in order to get it out of me and then to put it into other people's consciousness, that change needs to happen, and it happens with us. I have to be the model and set example. And I hate to be the example all the time. But if I don't put it out there and other people don't have a permission slip to tackle their change or transformation and go, what the hell is this wacky energy happening? Why? Well, oh, wow, Allison's doing it. Oh, wow. Like, look, she's persevering. Might sound bad, but she's showing up every day for herself. She's persevering. She's not letting everything affect her. She's venting it out. I don't want to seep this stuff inside. Oh, thank you, Charlene. The feminine aspects of some of the guys is coming out more. Buckshot's already in his awesomeness. The harder thing for some of the people to translate is truth. You have to know your truth. Truth is yourself. I can't walk in a fakeness. I can't lie to anybody. That's not being authentic. Then I would be giving you shit information. I walk my path authentically. Whether you like it or not, this is my path and I have to walk it. You have to walk your path. Your truth is at a frequency of where you are. When you open up and expand, you're allowing more information in. Once you have that information, you don't need it anymore. It's already in there. You move on, you excel, you expand. Linda Good McGillis have said this multiple times on Alexander Quinn's channel. She's spot on with that. Once you know something, do you need it proven to you a million times in order for you to understand it? Some people need that process and others don't. I'm not perfect by any means. I'm not perfect by any means. But I'm authentic. I don't lie. There's no reason for it. Like I was saying, if I only spoke good things and spoke everything, no one would know that I'm in trouble, that I need help. And the help that I need isn't necessarily financial. It's I need somebody to help me get an opportunity. I need to work for that opportunity. It's not something I'm not going to work for. That was always behind the premise. Even when I was in New York, I wanted to work. I wasn't asking for handouts from people. I wanted to work. I asked so many people in those chats, if you remember back then, if many of you didn't know me, I'm hungry. Is there anybody out there that can help? I need a job. Is there a Patriot business out there that can hire me remotely? Put that out there in every chat I was in. And then I was calling people out because you are collecting six figures and doing all these schemes. And listen, I'm not trying to take food off someone else's plate, but there are many influencers and truthers and all these people who sell all this grandiose stuff, and some stuff is not bad at all. There is stuff that's actually legitimate and you're helping a Patriot business. Beautiful. But do I see these Patriot businesses racking in millions of dollars helping actual Patriots or anybody? You don't need to be a Patriot to even receive help. Grandma down the block who's apolitical, doesn't even follow politics, that's suffering, that's eating and has no eating crackers. My aunt would be the perfect example of this. My Aunt Bobby in Georgia, she would benefit from someone helping her. All these channels, people that are making bank, I want to see the proof that you're helping veterans. And I'm going to say this. I have a friend who's a lawyer for the Stephen Siller Foundation, the Tunnel for Towers in New York. I know someone that actually goes with Home Depot. They partner up with Home Depot in all these industries, and they actually give veterans homes based on their needs. So if someone got a blown up leg or brain damage, these people are building houses for these veterans, mortgage and everything paid for nothing. But you know what? You see the evidence that it's happening. It's not a handout. These people get money and funding, and other people benefit from it. These veterans are getting benefits for it. And guess what? They highlight that stuff. They're showing you the evidence. I want to see the evidence from some of these people. People like, oh, my debt was wiped out. Yeah, by whom? And how did it get wiped out? Because mine's not wiped out, and I could sure use that as a buffer. If my debt that I had no trouble accumulating, yeah, it's my debt. I had to live off my credit cards. It's not because I bought myself a new car or a freaking craziness. I was paying my bills to survive. I wasn't taking trips to Mexico. I wasn't going across the world. I wasn't going to fancy events. I wasn't going on retreats. I was living off of them, literally living. Like, wipe my debt off. That'd be great. That's amazing. Ashmaya, that's amazing. But that's the thing. There are so many good people out there. They're doing. You don't need to be on but the people who are out there saying that they're here and they're helping and they're doing all this great stuff for the community, I don't see the evidence. You know what I see? Tour buses. And there are some people that are actually using the money and actually giving back. But there's very few and far between that people keep paying into. I mean, I have conversations all the time about the spiritual community. You have to go through shit in order to understand your light and your purpose and have the experience and the wisdom that you just walked through and went through in order to help other people. If you're saying, "Oh, I'm so intuitive and I'm clear this and clear that, and I know how to read you," but yeah, you don't know the actual feeling and pain and circumstance of having a hard time, it's a little hard to connect and be on the same page with somebody. Why mediums, legitimate ones who can read you, they don't have it easy either. They don't have easy lives. Most spiritual people have very, very difficult lives because if they didn't go through the pain and the suffering and they have the emotions, how are they going to be able to help someone else? You have to feel it. That's what the human experience is. Feeling it. Higher densities, you're not feeling as you're feeling here. You're feeling it all. Your emotions are everything. And yes, some of that is not going to be of the love and light, but it's not demonic and out to kill you either. It's there for experience. It's there to learn from. For me, I got to vent it out. I'm getting it out because I'm not letting it sit in me anymore. It sits and boils up in here, and then it'll pop out in a very non-healthy way. And that's why we need to avoid not venting and complaining. Do it, get it out of you. Because once you get it out of your system, you do feel better. Like a good cry, you feel better. It not going to solve your problems, but at least you got the emotions out of you. You got the stuck, blocked energy that you sit there and you're like, it's like a child. I have children that scream and cry, and I'm like, okay, how can I help you? Hey, calm down. Can't help you if you're like, and you're just perpetuating the state of get it out, calm down, take a few breaths, and we'll work through it together. And the kids are like, oh, okay. Once you get it out of them, they're calm and they're like back to normal. Okay, what happened? Oh, he took my toy. Well, did you have can you share? Maybe you have to look at the fact that that kid can't tell you he wants your toy and he can't say, I want to share, and he took it from you. Let's go work this out. Let's go over to your friend. Oh, do we have another thing just like that that you can play with? Because I have different levels of cognizance in my room. So it's hard to, they're kids. They don't understand that not all of them can communicate the right way. And half of them are just, it's mine. It doesn't matter if you're special or not. Kids are kids. They want what they want and they want it now. But you know what? Like those most, not all, because not all incarnate, But a lot of them understand and give us compassion. And then others are, yeah, very much like, look what to do. I know for my own self that I have screamed at my own self for saying, this is the last go. Why is it this hard? Oh, because we knew you were going to be able to handle it. Okay, but no. Do I want Christmas green? It's not open. Um, I scream at myself all the time. I said, okay, so higher self jumped in 2017. That's the 6.5 density self, densified down. Okay, I'm working with 7th and 8th density higher self. Hi, what the F were you thinking? Oh, but you can handle it. You can handle it. Okay, but like I'm malnourished. He almost killed me like 3 times already. Like what something has to give. You want my mission to happen, you have to give a little bit. I will work for it. And I think that's where the frustration with many of us are at in the moment. Because many of you are a lot older than me. And it's like, well, I already worked for this. And why is this still so hard to obtain? Like I've worked through my whole life in this system, and now you're asking me to change, and it's a little hard when I've been programmed my whole life, 60 plus years in the same this, and now you're asking me to make a different what? I don't know. That's not easy. That's not easy. That's really hard to ask. It really is. It is a tall order to ask because and it's not for the fact that you're stuck in your ways. It's because this is all you know. So you can only go based off what you know in order to create your reality. Now, what the things you don't know, how do you create that? When that's all you've been programmed to know is this. And now more of us are waking up to what other potentialities are out there. I know for me, I've seen aliens, I've seen the other side, I've seen other things. So I have more of a reference point than other people. That's hard when you don't have those personal experiences to go, oh, okay, wait, how am I implementing this change? Right. And yes, we do exactly, Gregory. We need to enjoy the ride. But some people on the older part of that scale, and even if you're young in mind, that's still hard. If you look at the demographic, this is something that struck me very interesting, even when I was new, I was awakened politically in by 9/11. But I always knew something deep down in the undersurface and the undercurrent. I always knew that. But for many people, there were certain events that struck them to change their thinking. But in a spiritual sense, metaphysical sense, a lot of people, unless you had personal experience, have a hard time. And it's not that you're a skeptic, you're open-minded, but you want proof. Inside, your heart needs proof. I can only explain it to you, but you have to experience it for yourself to know if it's right and true for you. But that involves you doing the work. And that means going into meditation. That means like going into nature and not thinking anything, just going out and blanking out your mind, because then the world's going to unfold for you. But you know how hard that is when your brain's going a million miles a minute about, oh, I have to go to the store. I need this. I need that. I need this. I need to go watch this. I need to hear this. And that's your mind all day. That's normal. That's the hard part. the chatter in your brain. It's hard to stop. It takes a long time for that to. Okay, so I'm not doing leafy leaves. I'm doing like buds because we're in spring. I don't want to overwhelm happy little trees. We're going to take this and we're going to do this and we're going to do that and we're going to do this and that. I'm going to add more yellow and stuff into it, but just getting a base. It's you know, and even for the people that don't see it just yet, a lot of people look at me in this woo-woo type of sense still when I talk about neutrality and the politics stuff that goes on at work. I'm like, you got to look at it from two ways from Sunday. They're like, oh, well, this is happening because of this person, and that's happening because of this person. I said, okay, so look at it both from both ends. What is the end goal? I'm like, do you can want to perpetually keep making nothing? Why isn't the system being audited? Oh, now it is. You just don't like it because it's being steered narratively in this direction. I said, I'm happy that things are collapsing because maybe at this point, the kids' needs will actually be met finally. But that is not necessarily optically happening out in view. JG Wentworth, I want my money right now. All of us could use a nice 5,000, even if it was $1,000. A lot of us could use that money and get some relief in our lives. Oh, but it's happening. It's happening. It's happening. It's been happening for the last 10 years, for the last decade, the last 5 epochs. It's exhausting. It pooped. It pooped. Monkey butt! Monkey butt! It's hard to see, but I'm doing trees. I was trying to explain to Janine, um, there's so many people out there that are sick and tired of hearing the same song and dance time and day after day, after year after year, with not much besides hearsay or someone's interpretation. We all want the best for all of us. I don't think anybody here would want somebody to falter. I think everybody wants abundance, and I think everybody wants to see each other happy. How do we get there? Sure, I could be the monk in the pagoda, chilling out, having a great time. I could totally do that. But the monastery gets its lights paid for, gets its water, gets the electricity. They got food. Where does that all come from? Just question that stuff. I question a lot of things because, in some paradigms, it is easier to hear it from Oh, well, you just need to go inside. That's great. That's all well and said. Great. But monks get their stuff paid for. They're provided for. Ah, it lightens up now. Only technology can help. I don't believe. I don't know. I mean, I use technology to speak and to talk to people and to share. That I do. But I'm using it in the light sense. I don't have the means to, I would love to have a camera where it's not going like this all the time and I don't need to chicken and give somebody a heart attack one day. Like, I don't, as fun as chicken is, I'm sure somebody probably like, what? I don't want to give somebody a heart attack. I should have a disclaimer. Allison will abruptly chicken during the feed. Please be advised. I mean, how funny would that be? That'd be pretty funny. Medical advisory. Allison chickens to set her camera. I'm focusing on these trays. I'll show you guys in a minute. Birdies. Now I gotta do this. I missed a branch. How dare I? I missed a branch. Now my paint's dried up. So how's everybody's energy? Anybody else feeling? I had a dizzy spell, a bad one, ascension symptoms. Anybody else going through ascension symptoms? A lot of ringing and like tuning fork in the ear. A lot of that. Got a lot of tuning forking going on. My ears have been going back and forth, so it's sometimes my left, sometimes my right. Um, we're gonna get the birds next, but that has to dry. And I need another canvas. Oh, that's stinky. I hope you're feeling better, Miss Ashmaya. Honestly, I don't the stomach stuff is the one that bothers me the most. I mean, besides me going through changes and the pain and the uncomfortableness that's been going on with me, um, like I'm now trying to change the times of my supplements. That's been rough. And I like I haven't really been hungry, and I've been drinking a lot of electrolyte water and alkaline water. And like even the water sometimes gets me a little bit offset. I don't know why. And I know I always talking to my stuff, so I don't know. It's just weird. Like I said, I have these canvases here. Scalp tingling. I haven't had the scalp tingling. Um, I mean, yesterday was the pop in the jaw and the oh shit. That's where that's coming from. You know, it's weird. Like I will get that tingling sensation, not necessarily it like you know when a little kid plays with their hair and it's soft and they're just like I don't know. I have a lot of kids that like texture and they like playing with my hair and it has this like magical calming feeling. I get that a lot. I get that feeling a lot. That's a calming feeling. As long as the kids, I mean, and that's when not when the kids are around, but I get that a lot. But I have kids that eat Cheetos and dirty stuff and then put their hands in my hair. Ugh. And I don't always like to put my hair up because I am thinning right here and I'm trying hard to put some castor oil on at night, but that leaves my hair really greasy. Hang on, guys. Hang on. I heard something and I have to go investigate. I'll be right back. See? Be right back. I'm back. I'm back. I'm back. I'm back. I'm back. I'll try that. I have an aloe vera plant that needs some attention. Here's the mold. Here's the button that Bob sent me. This is not done yet. I'm gonna put, because this is, do you see there's like layering here? So I'm gonna put a little gauge over here, but it has some depth to it. And it's a red background, but like it's bowed, like this is the problem with my molds. When I use them a whole ton, because this is the only heart one I have, you see it curves. And I had it on a flat surface. So I guess the only way it's gonna be out is this way. Like you can't lay this on the floor. It's bowed out. So I have to figure out like how to fix, or the molds are not that expensive, but I go through a lot of these molds. I call this a mold failure because there is a curvature on the bottom. I don't know, because I lay them flat, but then, well, I know. I mean, obviously, when I'm growing hair back, but I push my hair back. I don't have the problem, it's growing in. But I've always had thinning hair. But I cut your hair. I've tried cutting my hair. That doesn't work. I will definitely try that. Um, because I noticed with sorry to the guys out there, you have to listen to my feminine changes. But I noticed that for as much water as I consume, and yes, I'm having caffeine and stuff, but I don't have greasy stuff in my diet that much. Like if I go out to eat or have something like once in a blue moon, like I'm very, very oily as of late. Like I have a cystic pimple on my forehead. I use tree tea. Oh, I don't want to cut my, I already did the cut hair thing. No. I had to cut my hair when I had ear surgery. And that was because nothing could be like the hairs here go in. Like everything had to be off my head. And they had to actually go, I don't think they didn't cut in, but they thought they might have to, but they went through the ear. But that was in third grade. I looked like a boy. I was made fun of. I had buck teeth. It was a bad era for me. I had a bob in college. I got this gift card to this really high maintenance salon, and everybody's like, you have to go and get your hair done by these people. I came out in tears because they like high profile bobbed me like a Karen cut. I had a Karen cut. No offense to anybody named Karen, but that's the only visual image I can give you. If I can find a picture, I might have one of my bob. Actually, actually, I think I know exactly where it is. And it's down here. I think so. I know I'm supposed to be painting, but I'm going to show pictures. And these are heavy and paint spillage. Paint spillage. Okay, put that in there. Hang on. I'm determined to find it. I never saw actually I never had my hair length and bit long enough to do okay, very hard to see. I have a better one. Am I going to incriminate myself? Okay, I'm incriminating myself. I don't care. That was a long time ago. All right, I hope those of you who are interested in what Allison used to do back in the day. So the top portion is me in college. That's me with the hair and the bob. This is a better one. Get ready. What was I doing? Incriminating myself, but that's one of the bobs I had. That's me as a lifeguard. That's me and that's my first soul karmic. That's me in high school. I hate this fucking camera. Hate this camera! And I don't have, okay, this orange little mush bowl right there, that's my first cat ever. I have a ton of Village Voice articles. I don't know if it's in this one. Okay. This right here is the sock portrait I did of myself. I have to find it. But I did that in high school. Sorry, that's my middle finger. But that's socks. Oh, and for those that do smoke out there, I made lungs out of Marlboro packs, not mine. And then I made the ribs out of lighters. And the base was ashtrays. Hard to see. I knew I'd find some goodies in here. But again, the one photo, I have to figure out where I put it. This is why I like the Village Voice. Even though it was let me see if I can find it. I don't know if it's in, I don't think it's in this one. This is high school. High schools. Atlantic City. Me super gothic. This is one of my favorite photos of myself in class in high school. I was one of those. I was one of those. I literally was one of those. Oh, I hit. Okay. Oh, I found it. Okay, this is me in painting class with my other classmates. Um, we know how old this is because of the that's me in college with the bob. That's the bob I had. That's me in college art class. I was by my painting and all my girlfriends from art class. I found it. I knew I was. Do, 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 do. So yeah, Allison did have a bob. I did have a bob. I'm just checking to see if everything's on. So everybody's really quiet. And I know I don't have as many people because most people probably migrated already to JQ and Dina, which is cool beans with me. All right. That should have dried. See, I enjoy sharing my life with you guys because many of you can relate. And yes, I was toking up on weed. So if I ever run for political office, guess what? Yes. Do I want all right. Red one's gonna be on the right. Determine that right now. And I do want to thank Blazing for providing me paint because this is gonna last me for a long time. But if there's anybody that watches that has anything military, patriotic, like those little like flags that are not it doesn't necessarily need to be that clean, but not gross. Not that we want to portray the flag in a bad light, but if you have anything of this nature lying around and you're not using it, and I can repurpose it, like I am the pew pews, please let me know. Because I would definitely use that. Absolutely. Um, oh, I don't even know if I have the size brush I need. Small enough. I mean, yeah, I'm trying to do patriotic work, but not like Scott Lebedo Patriot. Um, and I don't want to take someone's earned like ribbons or awards. I don't want to do that. I don't want to do that. Oh, I'm gonna have to layer this. Poopy, I have to layer. You could see right through it, huh? I don't know if because of the color. I'm gonna have to layer. That's the only. I can get anything to work with paint, but sometimes you need extra layers. So if you're doing your project just for your own knowing, if you're somebody that likes to paint and you're not getting the result that you do, some layers, because it sometimes it becomes very difficult. Oh yeah. Hi Cam, what's up? Sorry, my eyesight is like fuzzy right now. I don't know if you guys missed, I showed my bob. I showed some pictures of me in college. And then I had a bob. Not no, it was not a bob. That the one I showed it was a bob. The other one was me just with a shorter cut. Um, I showed me toking. So I used to do a lot of things. I just don't do them anymore. I don't need to. I mean, it would benefit in some aspects, but um I've been managing. Okay, so we have a red birdie, a red cardinal. I'm gonna have to layer this out, but I have to let it dry a little bit. So yeah, let me see if I have a similar small brush. My chair's creaky. I need WD further. Oh, this is a small brush I might be able to use for fine tuning. Thank you, Ivy, for the paintbrushes. Oh, that's a long one. I don't need a long one. I need a short one. That might work. Sort of. What's up, Kim? Oh, that's right. I didn't open this one. What's up, guys? Hi. I'm doing Cardinals. Or as Bob would say, a blue jay. Either way, they're pretty birds. But what I'm noticing with this paint, it's thin, so I have to layer. And of course, layering is also putting in different hues of the color, different tones. So right now I'm just putting a base color down. And it is to be darker. I might have to add black to this blue. So I get to work out my painting issues with you guys. Is this black? Oh, no, it's good. Oh, that's a little better. I'll show you guys in a minute because you can still see the white. And I also think it's the brush. I might have to change that up. Because I'm gonna have to add black anyway to both of these. So you have to make it different from the sky color, unless it'll blend in. I look like Carl. Like my eyebrows are very dark. I mean, they're coming out cute. Love birdies in the trees in Indiana. But monkey butt. Oh my goodness. I grew up in the 80s, and let me tell you what, my haircuts were horrific. Horrific. And I always wore bangs, and I still have to have hair coming down. I cannot do no. I in like parting my hair in different ways. I don't know. I've tried a lot of different styles in my hair. My favorite hair color is purple. I like purple, the dark plum purple, not the hi, I'm a cloud of unicorn farts. I can't do it. My 80s haircuts that so I had a friend whose mom and aunt owned a hairstyle place, a hair cutting salon, and they used to hold hair parties. Let me tell you what, I always loved when it was her birthday because I got my hair crimped. I loved it. Big, frizzy, crimped hair. I was in heyday. And I was a kid. I was a kid, but I loved my crimped hair. Loved it. The red is almost there in the drying path. Do I want to add some orange to my palette? I might. A fart worth. I love plum purple. Love it, love it, love it, love it, love it, love it. Love me some plum. Oh yeah, that orange makes a big difference. Yeah. Big difference. I don't know if my phone's going off. Sorry if I'm missing anybody. If I get a lot of messages from people, and I do apologize if I don't get back right away. The last couple of weeks have been really, I know my friend Ferris from New York has been needing to talk to me. And every time he's like, I am free, I'm like, I am not. Sorry. Not trying to be an asshole. See, when you add orange, it pops. Oh yeah. People still do that technique today. I know the guys in the chat are like, what are you talking about? What are you talking about? What are you talking about, Allison? You're bizarre. I'm very tempted right now. Very, very tempted right now. The really fine brush right here. I'm gonna see if it works. It's stiff. Oh, I don't know if you're gonna be able to see what I'm doing. Woo! Let me tell you what, when I'm in the zone, I like this brush. Okay, I totally gave this bird like a freaking mohawk. It's hilarious. I'll show you in a minute. I'm putting in like details. Oh, it's hard to see, but I'm like making texture happen. Like Mother Effer is gonna be hot off the presses when it's done. Like I said, I'm impressing my own self with like what I'm coming out with. I don't need to impress anybody. I'm impressing my own self. That's a feat in its own. Disco ball! Sorry, I'm a child. You have to deal with it. I'm a child. I can't help it. Oh, it's too white. I don't want it that white. So then it comes in pink. I don't want pink. Tail feather, baby. Woo! Twiddly. Now if I add a little black to the reds, I can get a shadow going. I haven't do the eyes yet. So it's hard to see, but like I'm adding texture. Okay, now I gotta go fix the bluebird because he looks like he's not even dried it yet, so I have to wait. Anywho, yeah, my eyesight's fuzzy. It's not the glasses. Jeez Louise. Sorry guys, I'm trying to see what's going on. Schumann. Refresh. Okay, so thankfully we are not spiking in any way. We're not white spiking at least. We're like chillax right now. Still having energies. We're still at 8.08 frequencies. So that just all that is to say is to ground your energy. Hopefully during the this is the E field. That's a lot of energy right there, guys. That's the E field. Geophone E field. This is the electric field. So it's not just a Schumann, it's all of this combined with the Schumann that is helping us. See, the magnetic field is off. I don't know if there's no station. I don't know what that necessarily means. But huh? Goku, hi. Welcome. Poopy? I could do poopy. Poopy. I closed it because I finished my coffee. How horrible is that? Now my water. So yeah. Um, sure. I'm gonna clean my brush. Beet. I'm gonna take that macaroni and cheese with the orange and mix. Did you now? I'm sorry to hear that. I have a lot of kids that poop themselves. I change diapers on a daily basis. Oh, it looks like, guys, I have my first troll. Maybe. Maybe you'll learn something. Okay, now all I have to do is the black for the cardinal. Mr. Poopy, you get a 5-minute timeout. If you come back and say something intelligent, that would be fantastic. Homie, don't get and play that. You know, I look like a wild, hot mess. All right, blue. Ignorance is bliss. Ignorance is bliss. No, it's not. Ignorance is going to keep you stuck in 3D. And it's not even being stuck because everybody moves up. But at what pace are you moving up at? Bluebird. Oh, someone has fireworks. Someone's coming in like a wrecking ball. Like a wrecking ball. Oh, I made that wing way too fat. And I'm going to go in with more details. I need to lighten that up a little bit. Not that light. Yeah, monkey butt. There's a lot of monkey butts around. Like, I'm cool with people saying poo, but like, really, you're spamming that? Come on now. I mean, I'm not gonna lie, there is people out there that get paid to troll. And I only know this because I was looking at jobs and one day I found that. Be a moderator and troll. Here's your script. You know, I refuse to be inauthentic. Refuse. You know, and I'm also hated by people because I just speak the freaking truth and they can't handle the truth. You can't handle the truth. It's at a frequency. What truth are you talking about? Look, you see, I'm forming the birdie and it's coming out cute. He's coming out adorbs. Yeah. I usually you know, I take the side of Jason. Like, some of these people just need an outlet to like vent, but like poop, you can be more explicit than that. But then again, I do have kids once in a while that do watch the show. So I try to tame my potty mouth as much as I can. But there's some things that are expressive in my vocabulary that is unhinged. And we just have to deal and roll with the punches. He got a 5-minute timeout. If he comes back and he does more poopy, I go bye-bye. So the law of one has been peeping back into my purview for anybody that likes raw and the raw channelings. It's got an eye placement right there. Yeah, yep, okay. Um, that's gonna be back. I'm also almost semi-done with the Holographic Universe book. So watch out. I'm going to be doing a book reading eventually, very soon, on the Holographic Universe book. It's a book review. I can't read certain books because of copyrights, and I'm not big enough to get permission because I don't, monetization and all that stuff. Even when I wasn't monetized, they make it pay, and I don't have money like that. Look how cute. That's a birdie. And then I'm thinking on the bottom, oh, it's stuck in wires. Poopy, poopy, poopy. And yarn. Maybe. um, I don't know what color I'd make this yet, or I might do a copper spray paint and put love on the bottom, like how cute. I'm not there yet, but it might be love. Only because I don't want to. We'll see. We'll see. But I'm not done with birdies yet. They're having to dry. So I have to put black on. Those Cardinals are black. Base. Not Justin Trudeau. So many of you just witnessed like a channel first. That should be the blues, the red's halfway dry. So yeah, Schumann residence is going bananas. We are in a time of transformation. So, be authentic and walking in your words. I know people have the best intentions, but like earlier I was saying, like people are messaging me and like trying to like be helpful, but they're shivving in the like taking a shiv and be like, well, I fucking told you so. I read intentions. I'm not if you're gonna give me constructive criticism, I have to walk my path, like all of you have to walk yours. Because you project something onto me doesn't mean I have to accept it. And life gets busy. And I am positive. That's the thing. But I'm being like I have to become realistic. Like I'm too much up here. And if I'm too like not saying I'm not positive, but if I'm sinking in the not being realistic and owning to what is in reality in the now moment right here, like not everything in this world is meant to be rainbows and sparkle farts. Not everything is meant to be gloom, to be glorious and illuminated. We're supposed to shift between positive and negative. It's there for a purpose of learning. So when I'm sinking, hi Thomas, when I'm in that lower vibration venting, I don't always stay there. I bounce back up. Like I said, I'm not giving up on my damn dreams. I just have to find a way around the obstacle. Moving is not going to fix my problems. It will fix it in a short term. If I was getting married and I was moving, that would be a whole different story. If I was in a relationship and they moved here, it would help me out. But that's not in my forefront right now. The career is absolutely, I'm at the bottom of the bottom. That doesn't mean I'm feeling it. I'm living it. Yeah, it's physically happening, but my mental state, I'm alchemizing. Because if I don't alchemize and I don't feel it, it's going to keep perpetuating. You have to feel the shit. You have to go through things in order to get the wisdom, the experience, and to help other people You too have to go through some kind of insanity of a test. And some of it will show up in the spiritual aspect, and some of it will show up in your 3D material aspect. This time it's happening in my material world. But like, as I was moving, what happened? I found the Stargate, the map, my address, and I found out that I had a Stargate on my property. What? Like, I found that out in the middle of my transformation, and my whole life made sense. So maybe something in the next couple of weeks that I'm in my downfall collapse, maybe something might miraculously happen, and holy crap, game changer happens. But it's going to be in the ninth inning at the last round inning that I hit a grand slam and I win the game. But we're not there yet. I'm in like round 5, 6. It's not pleasant. It's not pleasant. Chubbies. I hope the best is yet to come, but I've been waiting for the best has yet to come for some time. And I keep, because I've went through this experience, if I have waited to move in New York, because everybody's like, oh, it's going to drop any day now, Allison. The is going to happen. They're going to wipe your debt. Everything's going to happen. Hold your hat. Don't stop being so negative. And what ended up happening? Nothing. If I didn't take my inner compass advice to move, I don't know where I'd be right now. And that's just being realistic and being serious. If I listen to everybody else, when everybody's like, oh my God, this area is going to happen. They're going to wipe your debt and da, 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 all is coming, all is coming, all is coming. Nothing came. And that's not being irrational. That's just saying, I've been there. I have done that. And it sucked. You know, and it's not to be a Debbie Downer either. Because that I don't like to be that. But that's really that's the truth. Oh my God, he looks so punkish. My birdie looks like a punky. I've taken I know you missed it. So I took action today. Um, I had my assistant principal reviewed me and was so happy with me and wants me to come back, obviously as a para and not as a teacher. I never got the interview. I looked at my principal and I said, I know you didn't email me this, so I can't prove anything, but you told me I was going to have an interview and you gave the job away anyway. So Fugazi shit. Okay, I don't hate him. He knew what he was doing regardless. He had to just talk to me and make niceties to me. What I did do today, we got the superintendent emailed all of us to do a survey. And in the survey, I basically professionally vented and said, well, if you want your parents to say, you need to salary us. I'm coming in and making the same rate as somebody that never worked as a para before, and I have almost 10 years of experience. There's something wrong there. Then you're not valuing my worth. And I'm showing you that by getting staff of the month, which they don't ever really give a staff that award. So explain to me why you can't help me out. I want longevity. I want to stay. I'm good with the kids. I know special ed, and the person that's going to be the art teacher probably never been around special ed and doesn't know how to differentiate content. So I spilled it out. I'm putting action into motion. I'm showing up professionally each day, dressing as if, studying as if. Everybody wants to know why I don't get back to their messages all the time. I'm studying. I'm on study.com. I canceled my thing, but I have a textbook. I have notes. I'm reading, I'm studying, I'm writing curriculum. Like it's a heavy task, but I'm still doing it. I didn't take a back burner. I might be complaining about it because reality strikes in a month, at the end of the month. But I'm taking action. But here's the thing, I can't put a pew-pew to someone's head and say, force them to give me a job. If I'm not meant to be there, I'm looking in other spots. I have to find a school that will sign me in as an emergency permit. Then I could take that contract and show the school, look, I have a job. I could pay for the loan now. They'll give me the loan without a co-signer. Then I could go back to school as I'm working as a teacher and pass the test that I've been studying for. I get my job secured. All the meanwhile, I'm like the problem that's snagging me is why am I going back to school and spending almost 20 grand for a license, not a master's degree, a license, when I don't have a job at hand to, if I get the stupid license and there's no jobs available, I'm still in the same place. I need a guarantee that I have the job before I go and spend money I don't have in the bank to go here. Yeah, but I want people to know it's not like I'm not showing up for myself. I'm not complaining I'm venting, but I'm taking action on my venting. I'm not just sitting idly by, like doing nothing in the meantime, like, oh, I'm going to sit back with my popcorn and wait for miracles to happen. I'm creating them. But in the meantime, the frustration that when you put yourself in and as you do the as if thing, like you are showing up, you're imaging use in a classroom and it doesn't happen. Okay, so what better is coming my way? Like you have to ask, why didn't this happen? You have to do the whys, the deep, dark why questions. Why didn't this happen? Maybe it wasn't meant to be in the school. And it's not the what ifs in a bad, lingering way. It's like, okay, so universe, I showed up. Can you show up for me now? Put the sign in my path that I could see clearly where I need to go next, because obviously I'm showing up and expending energy. And if it's not meant to be, why the hell was I expending the energy? But this time I'm not stupid. I am not investing money in a position that I am not getting, and it's very hard to get in the first place. Once there's one art teacher in a school. One. If they are not retiring or leaving, that position is extremely hard to get. Why I never invested another $80,000 in a master's degree, because the job is extremely hard to land. That's all I keep doing is I'm moving forward. I'm living in each moment. I'm raising the frequency, But it's also, I want to show people and model that I'm not keeping that in here and I'm not being inauthentic by not venting. If I say everything is fucking horseshoe pretty and sparkle farts and rainbows, I'd be deceiving you guys and myself. You want to think positively, but you have to think, you have to balance out the positive frequency with the shadow. That was brought to Spirit did bring me a message, and that was a message. I have to acknowledge the shadow and the feelings going on within me. If I ignore them and bottle them up, I'm no better than anybody else suppressing shit. I'm not healing if I'm not letting it out and releasing it. And it's a process. Because in the meantime, third dimensional body needs bills and needs things to take care of self. Can't take care of self without the job, without the opportunity. Yes, it's that's why I'm not ever going to give up this channel unless I am homeless and my internet goes out. And even then I'll try to find a way. I know there's a lot of people that watch me that don't ever comment, don't ever enter into the chat that I know personally that has told me that I have saved their life. I gave them a purpose for something that I said that I was going through that saved them and gave them the upliftment to keep pressing forward, even in the face of like collapse. I'm facing utter collapse right now. In tarot, you have a tower moment. The tower doesn't necessarily need to be a horrible, bad thing. It just means something is dying in order for something else to be put in its place. So I'm in a complete transformation of something dying and something else coming into its place. But in the mid, right here in the mid between it collapsing and being built, I'm in an in-between period and it's uncomfortable because I don't know what is here being built. It could be another job, another career, something outside of the scope of my thinking. I might get an opportunity. I might see something online and apply for it just for shits and giggles and land something. I don't know. So far, everything that I've been applying to has not, sorry, you don't meet the requirements, or sorry, that job role was filled, or the hours you need are not available. I'm not like a 20-year-old that can do overnight hours and then hold a full-time job during the rest of the year. If I have my job, if I want it back in August, the end of August is when we start school again. I have that position. So it's not like I'm losing a job. It's just, what do I do for that summer? That's one of the bigger things. And in preparation for August, if I don't get word on a position, I got to find a new career. Because obviously the job that I'm working at isn't paying my bills. So I'm going back to the same problem. It's there, it's not leaving me. So I do have a job lined up in August, but what do I do from now to August is the problem. And if I know that I have a job incoming, I can take an equity loan out, knowing though that I will have a good paying job to pay it back. Right now, my job is not good paying enough to pay back any kind of loan. I can't even keep myself afloat. I still owe $3,000 in property tax that's due in 6 days. And I'm sure I'll get a nice letter in the mail that they're going to put a lien in my house. And then I eventually, if I don't pay, I lose my house. Because that's how the mafia rolls around here. That's not an exaggeration. Even though I paid for it outright. That's the disheartening thing. They said, oh, you're not going to have property tax and da 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 da. Eh, I still have it, so why? I'm not alone in that scenario either. There's a bunch of people whose property tax went up on mine quadrupled, and I'm only here 3 years. And the first year when I moved here, uh, it was, I cried at how it wasn't that high. Cried. I was like, that's all I'm paying. This is fantastic. I can do this. Not realizing, obviously I knew it was going to go up eventually, but my effing goodness, it's bad. Chicken nuggets. Okay, I gotta wash that off. We're almost done, guys. We're almost done. I'm gonna do his beak and then fill it in black. And I might put some more definition in the birdies. I gotta fix the other birdie's eye. But he came out cute. My little twin flame birdies. It came out. I wanted more definition, but that ain't working for me. Yep. Okay, that's a little better. Going with the black again. His eyeballs all like finagled. There we go. I need another layer of orange. I have. I mean, like I said, I love working. Chicken! Chicken. Chicken buck buck. Chicken! There it goes. I have come a long way. And I think a lot of you have too, and you don't give yourself credit for it. I think all of us came a really long way. But at what point and at what detriment? I don't like repeating the shit. I don't like repeating. Ducky! How to do the duck. All right, I need more orange. Wrong way. Orange with the, all right, yeah. There we go. I'm very delayed. Not done yet, but almost there. How cute are they? I blew myself away. and tomorrow's going to be warm. Well, I'm not fine and I want to be fine. I mean, what I'm learning out of not suppressing my emotions and being authentic with them. I mean, I have TMJ here. Um, emotionally, this is like also have a good night, Thomas. Thank you for dropping by. I also am going through some like hormonal changes, so that has a huge effect. A lot of people don't take those things into account. Emotionally, I'm on a hormonal roller coaster that I also have to alchemize. I'm taking different supplements, but I'm changing up what times I'm taking it depending on the day, because some days I'm like, oh, I'm fine. And then other days I'm in a rage for no reason. And it's not my empathic abilities, it's my hormones. So there's a lot of alchemization going on chemically inside of me amongst the spiritual and then the mental. So it's like being hit in different directions. I am going through my changes and they take a long time to go through, and it's annoying and it's hard to determine, is this mental, is it physical, is it spiritual? Like, am I feeling this way because I'm just being a see you next Tuesday in my body? That's the hard part. And then I get told you're too young. Yeah, they said that with arthritis too. I was too young. No, not the case. I'm giving them little feeties. I'm giving them little feets. This one, not so much. He has fat claws. I know the lighting isn't the best. And then if I do copper spray paint with love on the bottom, that it's not overwhelming the painting, the composition. I think I have a winter chicken dinner. And it's keeping the wood grain. Like, that's a Midwestern thing. That's a Midwestern thing. So I got a craft done tonight. I mean, I would love to literally, like, this is the thing about these. Um, it takes 2 seconds. It takes like a couple of minutes to like stir and then put in the heat. And then I put it in front of a heater and then I stir. And then once I pour, it's done. I can't touch it, and I still have a lot of layering to go. You can see like it's uneven. It's popping out on the bottom, but still, I think this is a really cool composition. I'm gonna put something right here also, but it's like layering. If I can get my Cricut to, I could possibly put like We the People. I have to see. I have to play with the Cricut. Um, yeah, fun times. Thank you, Ash Maya. Oh my goodness. Group chat. Gaikaramas. So yeah, I should now have a pretty consistent schedule. Um, this week. Yesterday was just I was with Dina. She was catching me up on the Charlie Ward event and showed me some pictures and like gave me the biggest hug because I saved the day with the babies. Um, so I was there yesterday, so I didn't have time to do a video. Um, definitely check out the change. I don't know if they announced. I have to go back and watch what announcements they were making. I don't see any changes, Ms. Dina. There are changes coming, like a lot, and I don't know how everybody's gonna receive it, but that's all right. They got to do them, right? I have to do me. Everybody got to do each other. But I hope that you guys in the last few weeks, when you're listening to me, are really thinking about how do you want your world to manifest? What is it that you want for yourself that will benefit everybody else? It's not just about saying prosperity and abundance. What abundance and what kind of prosperity do you want for all? How does that look? For me, it's getting my job and getting back on my feet so that I can invest with my frequency with the kids. My job is for the kids. My job is to be with kids. It's to share my frequency to aid and heal them. That's our future. Yes, they are. They do one earlier because I thought I saw that they were. Yeah, that was the plan from last night. So they're going to go on and announce what's going on. Because they have a guest, and I know who it is. Um, so there was a We Not Me today, at 6. And then there's going to be another link that will be sent out for 9, and that's with a guest. I'm not going to blow up their news. Well, I'm going to let them do that, but just to know that there are changes incoming. I don't know how everybody's going to feel about it. And honestly, again, they're my friends. I support them. But like other things that they have, obviously they need help too. And I can tell you right now, yeah, I can tell you right now, just knowing, and this goes for Jack, this goes for Strack, this goes for the people that are just authentic in their talking. Most people, unless they have a avenue of a second income or a retirement or other multiple streams of income, Jason and Dina, like me, are just living. They're not. There's a very big misconception out there about a lot of us. And when it comes to him and Miss Dina, they're in a very similar boat to me. I'm not here to criticize or judge. I'm just saying there are people out there that are taking from the innocence and purity of heart. And then there are people who are taking it and actually applying it to where it's needed. That's a very important thing to understand. There are people out there that are buying into certain companies and pyramid schemes, and not all the products are bad. They're not. But if you can't afford it, this is my thing since the beginning of when everybody started jumping onto the pyramid stuff. I'm not saying this stuff doesn't work. I'm just saying that not everybody, if you want everybody to be healed and everybody to be on equal playing field, it's never going to be like that. And when people are playing, oh, if you want to be healed, you have to spend $500 a month on this product. If you want to heal, you have to take this product and this product only, and that's marketing. People could sell you anything if they're really good at talking you. I never bought into that stuff. It should not, if you want to buy something out of the pureness of your heart, do it. But there's a lot of things out there like, oh, 1 minute everybody's on this bandwagon, and then all of a sudden it goes silent, and then everybody's on this other bandwagon. Well, why did you lie to me then? Oh, because you weren't making enough money. Gotcha. And that's me calling everybody out. Like I said, I'm not saying that any of the products do or don't work. Everybody's different, and it's okay that you tried. But my gosh, what goes on behind the scenes? Investigate it. I'm going to be very transparent. A lot of people like, oh, that would help you so much if you did this. Okay, so I'm going to be under somebody that makes 20 times more than I do. I don't make anything off of them. This is how a lot of that stuff works. And I have to find people that are going to be underneath me. That's the problem. I'm not big and I can't sell you shit because I'm not inauthentic. I don't necessarily believe in giving up your entire retirement for gold and silver when I still can't go to a store and sell my silver for a good price. I don't have much. I only have what people gifted me, which isn't, like I said, much. But I have silverware. I have silver, my mom stuff, antiques that if I were in desperity, I don't even know if that would sell because no one's buying it at the store that sells silver. Gold, the same. I had to pawn a lot of my parents' jewelry in order to live in New York. I had to sell my gold, which was my parents. That was not easy for me to do. I can't go to the store and give the guy a golden bar for food. It doesn't work like that yet. If it does at all. So I'm not here to tell you what to do or what not to do. Everybody's going to take their own path, and everybody's path is laid out for them for the most part. You just have to shift. Like my job situation, me moving isn't going to change my circumstances. Yeah, in the moment, I will have Hi, worlds of movies. I shouldn't have to sell anything besides my own made work. Like I sell my artwork because I physically made it. I physically just painted this in front of you guys. And it eventually, when I put Mod Podge on top and finish this off, it will be done and up for sale. Or I will auction it off or you raffle it off on the next, I could do this, I could do a sign next. I have a plenty of those. Like I said, but it's my work I make. It's my product. It's the pyramids I make. It's not anybody else's, it's mine. That I'm selling myself. I'm not selling you a product from a company that will give me commission to put their stuff up there. And if I do that, it's only because I take it and I believe in it. And I'm not selling you a fake thing and I'm not fraudulent. I'm not saying that Dina and Jason are either. They're not. They take I know I see what's in their fridge. I saved the day, believe it or not. Their refrigerator, like power went out in their house. And I feel like with the help of Viking giving me some advice, I fixed their situation. The it was bad. I fixed the problem. Um, so I know that they're taking their products. Other people, though, probably don't ever touch them, but they'll tell you and sell it to you. Jason and Dina are authentic when they tell you that they're taking this stuff and it works because they take it and they use it. But other people are not so forthcoming. They lie to you. So I just want to put that one out there that all these things that people put out, just be go within. I'm not saying go and not do. I'm just saying be really cautious with what you're putting in your body when it comes to products and spending that kind of money. We're supposed to be in a society where healing should be free. But yeah, it's still caste system. So the people that don't have anything are still challenged with buying or I mean, even growing your food, it costs money to make to not everything grows in the ground nowadays. It doesn't in my area. I have to have raised beds. You still, even if you build it yourself, that still costs money to build and get the soil. I have too many tree ruts in my backyard. So anything that I plant that has deep roots, it gets tangled in the tree roots. So it doesn't grow. I have to raise the bed up so that it has enough room for the roots to spread out, not hitting tree. Does that make sense? That costs money to buy the bed and the soil and everything else that goes with it. Once again, yeah, you could put anything in the ground. It may or may not grow. For me, my neighbor, he too has a hard, he has to do it in different parts of his property. And he has raised beds. And he did not, he's like me. We didn't get a good crop last year. What do poor people do? They go to the food bank and get crap. Like I said, I skipped the line. 2 hour wait. I went to Dana and Jason's. I got early, woke up really early in the morning and started to see the line. There was a guy at the end at the intersection, like helping people say, like, no, there's like train tracks, the place, and then like a little bit more way down, I wrap around the corner, I'm home. So I was all the way up, and the guy was at the intersection with his, gear on. And I said, "How long is the wait?" And he radioed in and he said 2 hours about. He's like, "We didn't even open yet." So the cars were in, it was hard to see the picture I posted, but the cars were literally from the back of the parking lot all the way around and intermingled in an S whoopee shape to get to the front door. And it was hard to even get that in a picture driving. That's a problem when you have a 2 hour wait to get to a food bank. We, the people of you, of whatever republic this is, needs relief, and we need it now. I don't care what my soul contract contacted me to be in the struggle. That's great. But you know what? Help needs to come, and it needs to come for not just me, it needs to come for millions. Not from all the way up that you're working on the top and you're coming down. You should be working from the bottom up. So you're relieving all this stuff for the people that don't really need, that can afford all this stuff, and the people that are on the bottom are suffering even more. When is it going to end? When we all put our heads together and work it out. I'm going to be writing a letter to Linda McMahon again and to Indianapolis and go, okay, Mafia, where's the money? Doge, where's the money? Why am I making this amount where other states are making this amount? They're utilizing, and I hate to say this, blue states, they're paying their staff properly. Why is it in the red states that it's like you can't feed yourself? And I'm doing the same job and even more than I'm doing in New York. Make it make sense, because it doesn't make sense. And that could be in anybody's industry. I'm just talking about education because that's where I'm at. But many of you are in different industries, and I'm sure you see the same shit. I mean, from what I know from my neighbor, because he's there. I love my neighbors. They're so nice. And as I'm getting, as I moved in, they're a little hesitant with me, but we talk now all the time when we see each other. They're very, very nice. And they're on the older side, so we all get along, and their dogs are great. They bark a lot, but whatever. Um, he was telling me, like, the plumbing, I have a creek that runs in the back of my property. Way far back behind my pool is a creek. It's small. It's not one of those big things. It's a small little creek. It's a runoff. And there's plumbing. There's pipes that run from my house, from the street to my house, from my house to the back. So not only am I competing with tree ruts, my two big trees in my backyard are huge. And what they got out of my pipes are nothing but ruts. So he was telling me when he was doing, he went all around his property he has a lot of plants. And he goes, yeah, some seasons it flourishes in this area and not in that area. He's like, the soil is really tough, but that's because of what's going on underneath. And he goes, yeah, you could dig it up all day, you could till it all day, but like deep down, if you're putting deep down stuff down, raised beds. He goes, it gives it room to grow. And if it does get down there, it's not killing the plant. So I have to figure out, I know Scott was amazing and sent me some really good seeds. I'm just waiting on the right temperature. It doesn't need to be steady, but like I'm still waking up and my car has frost on it. So I don't want to plant right now. My elderberry bush is expanding. It's huge. And now that's now starting to bud. My raspberry bush is starting to, I have to actually trim it. That's growing, but everything else around it, I have to pluck everything out and clean the soil again. It's a lot of work. But look at them. So yeah, I want to say that maybe next Craft and Sip, I will already have the spray painted. And we got Blue Jane Cardinal Bob. I might bring Scooby-Doo down. I will Mosh Podge this and then attach this. And here's Indiana. And if anybody in another state happens to have a state cutout and they want me to do something for them, please send me. That'd be cool. And if anybody has smaller casings, like 9mm, 22, these are great. But small ones would be nice too. Casings. Not a live round. Casings. Because I'm going to make a lot more of these, but different compositions. It's almost 4th of July too. If anybody can get flags on the smaller side like this, or a tiny smidgen smaller, let me know. This was $1 for 4. I went to the dollar store, but I got the last 2 packages. There's 4 in a pack. I have to cut the, if this is plastic, I might have to just rip this off. I can see if I could chop it. But yeah, if you guys find these around the dollar stores, buttons, patriotic stuff, it doesn't, keep the wording out because people are patriotic and liberal too. Just saying, I'm trying to be as neutral as possible. Interesting. See, I don't have enough table scraps to do that. The moldy food, though, might work. I mean, I have enough animals in my, like, I have a lot of raccoon poop. I do. They come up on and I have like a little roof, tiny one that shelters my like the door down here to get out in the back. They go poop on that. I could repurpose that. Could. Will I? I don't know. Interesting though. So next time I'm gonna do the Mosh Podge. If there's okay, paint and sip. Yeah, I have to collect my coffee grinds. Grinds. If anybody has any paint and sip ideas, something you might want to see, like this was an experiment. I'm not a fan of this, but I like the idea. I like the dimensionality of it. I like that you could feel it. I don't know if like it would work better with a mandala effect, different patterning. I don't know. I was thinking geode, like making a geode painting, but you need other things. And I don't want to get it too complicated because it is a paint and sip and it's supposed to be easy. I mean, easy in terms of me explaining what I'm doing. Chicken! See, it works. Um, I can like, I could probably do that. And actually, Scott, that wolf, if you really like it, I'll send it to you. I just have to Mosh Podge that too, so it doesn't get ruined. Yeah, I like bears. I mean, both of those are my spirit guides. I'm so happy I found like, this is good. This was $1. Guys, this was $1. So for anybody out there doing the work from within, and you want to layer some protection on you, meaning you're bubbling. So you're envisioning yourself in the cocoon, a circle of light or a golden bowl of light, and you're putting your Merkaba in there, and you are putting your plasma in there, and you're putting your rainbow bubble out, and whatever else you're seeing, you can look like a shield, a knight in shining armor. You can be the disco ball. So picture yourself in the ball, and everything is reflecting back out. So this is like a shield. So this is like a visual for you guys. It's not to be funny. If you put mirrors around you visually in your head and you put yourself in it, that's a shield. You're shielding yourself. You're using your energy wave function to shield your body. You have electromagnetic field. You determine what comes into your field. But sometimes we don't, this is an easy way. If you're feeling uneasy, you're in a situation and you can't think of anything, think of the disco ball because it reflects everything. It's mirrors, tiny little ones. And reflect the light, reflect the negativity away. Be in the ball. In it to win a chicken dinner. That's how you have to go about shielding. Some people, like for me, my natural, when I first started meditating, it was the ray of light coming in through my crown and forming a bubble around me. Then I was able to do it for others. Then in deeper meditation, I started seeing the Merkaba come. And the Merkaba started spinning and spinning and spinning, spinning, spinning. And then eventually I started seeing the rainbow outside of the Merkaba. And how I describe the rainbow is like when you pour like liquid soap on water and you're seeing the iridescent colors like a lava lamp flow in and out of itself. And that wraps around me in the chakra colors. And then I do a 12D shielding where I have a plate that goes up to source and a plate that goes down into the middle of Gaia. And then my Merkaba goes down and then it goes up and then it comes back. And then I have a shield of plasma around me. And that's like plasma, like I take the ball out. That's what's surrounding me over the rainbow bubble. And then if I want to call in the violet flame, I could call in the violet flame that comes through all of it and hits in my heart space. There's so many different methods to shielding yourself. There's not a one way or another. And for me, it just keeps building. So I get new things when I meditate, clear my head, and I'm just sitting there and focusing on the bubble. More things start coming. The disco ball is a simplistic thing to think about. It's fun. If you were raised in the 70s or had gone through the 70s, even 80s and 90s, the disco ball was a huge thing. It's fun. It's exciting, but it could be a shield for you. Put yourself in it. If you want to be a knight in shining armor, put that on too, because it reflects. It's protecting you. Right now, we're all in transformation. We're all changing. And the energy within ourselves is like the big roller coaster waveform. We have our highs, we have our lows. We have our highs, we have our lows. Be gracious with yourself. Have compassion for yourself. This is not an easy transition for anybody, no matter what facet of your life it's happening in. Some it's health, some it's finance, some it's just relationship. And that not necessarily needed to be with one that you love in union with. That could be the relationship you have with your job, your friend, your family. There's a lot of dynamics that play in. We're all going through a change. It just depends what part of that change it's happening in. So be humbled. Know your body. Know when you need rest. Know when you need to lay down. I had those dizzy spins. I had to lay down for at least 4 hours. I had a whole day that I needed to get things done. And no, my body said, you got to lay down, or else you're going to fall and hurt yourself. So please listen to your body. I know for me, now that I'm consciously aware that I'm grinding my teeth, like I now know that I was doing that subconsciously. I wasn't aware that I was doing it, that I was gritting my teeth. I'm going to look to see if I can find a cheap mouth guard to wear at night, because I'm not sure if that's happening at night. If I'm unconscious, I don't know what's going on. If I need to put a guard in my mouth, I will. So there's now that I'm aware of it, now I'm consciously going to try to make sure that it doesn't happen so I can recover from this. This is painful. This hurts. But that's stress. That's life, right? So guys, just be really cautious with what you're doing, how you're expending your energy, what is renting room in your mind, because right now it's about going within and doing and going through the changes. Whatever those changes are, be humble, give yourself compassion. I'm trying to do that as well. That's a process I'm doing for myself. I have to give myself some grace. I've been through hell and I'm going through it again. But this time I'm going to come out better for it. Not that I didn't do it the last time. I came out way better for it. But there's something I missed that I hope I get now. And that it's not going to repeat anymore. I finished that lesson. I learned it. Why is it on repeat? You know. But it is what it is. Show up for yourself every day. And not to say fake it, but really motivate yourself each morning. If you're having a bad morning, motivate yourself. Every day, I'm excited to get out of bed to put on a nice outfit and look good. Every day, I'm smiling when I'm at work because I really want to be there. Yeah, there's a lot of things that I'm not happy with, but I still show up for the kids in that way because I'm happy. In order to have change, you have to be the change maker. I'm doing what I can to make change in the ways that I know may or may not work, but I'm putting the energy out to do the change. I'm showing up for myself by studying and continuing to push. I'm not giving up. I just have to find a route, a way, or in between, or overcome a hurdle that unfortunately it's outside of myself and my circumstances in the 3D is not showing me how to get there yet. So all is to be figured out. Thank you so much, everybody, for liking, sharing, subscribing, watching, hanging out with me. I hope you guys crafted too. It doesn't need to be love, but it's spirit and trees. Spirit. Hi. Birdies. Very detailed. You can't really see the details in this stupid camera, but there's some details there. I will figure out a raffle at some point. And to my friend Seth, that 4567 is a big thing with a lot of my friends. My friend passed away from the C word. He had osteosarcoma, lost his leg, and it like metastasized everywhere. He was only 24 years old when he passed away. So he had a long road and an amazing person. So this is dedicated to him. I hope you come in spirit. Really thank you to everybody who shows up. You guys rock. The support, the love, the healing that you give to everybody in the chat is so appreciated. And it's not just from me, it's from everybody that goes and watches the show way later and feels the intention, because all of you are angels. I hope to see you guys on the next one. I shall have more book readings incoming. I hope tomorrow, after I mow, at least the front part of my house, I get a reading done. So, sending each and every one of you with painty hands, love, light, compassion, grace, shielding, and protection. Please within. Be the shoulder. Be the lighthouse. Seed your truths. And thank you all for your gratitude, your abundance, your love, and your positivity. Hope to see you all in the next one. And light the path.